Hello everyone and welcome to our live coverage of Crew 11 mission launching from the East Coast, that is from Pad Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. If this is your first time here, hi, my name is Dipto Maitra. I'll be your friend and the host providing commentary for today's mission launch, and you are watching AstroYonder live.
Roger, 0G, and I feel fine. Capsule is turning around.
Houston, we see a nominal MECO. Welcome to space.
Hope you all are doing fine and excited for the much anticipated Crew 11 mission launch. This launch got more hyped after yesterday. It got scrubbed at the very last minute into the launch countdown due to the bad weather conditions. Crew 11 mission launch, which marks the 11th International Space Station crew rotation, the 12th human spaceflight mission for NASA to the space station, with SpaceX as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. Also, this mission marks the 19th overall crewed orbital flight for a Crew Dragon spacecraft and the 6th flight of SpaceX's Dragon Endeavour. We are pretty sure your excitement for SpaceX's Crew 11 mission is off the roof. Now today we are super excited bringing you the coverage of SpaceX's 523rd overall launch and the 95th Falcon 9 launch of this year. Today's mission marks the 62nd launch from the Space Coast for SpaceX as they continue building their incredible launch cadence for the year. This mission is for NASA's planned crew rotation mission, human spaceflight with the help of SpaceX, launching 4 crew members on board: Zena Cardman as commander, Mike Finke as pilot. Both of them are NASA astronauts along with 2 mission specialists. Firstly, the JAXA astronaut Kimiya Yui and cosmonaut Oleg Platonov from Roscosmos to the International Space Station. So far, SpaceX has launched a total of 18 crew members aboard the Dragon spacecraft to date, 11 for NASA and other government organizations, 4 Axiom missions, the private Inspiration 4 flight, Polaris Dawn, and Fram 2. Across these missions, Dragon has carried 70 astronauts and space travelers, 40 representing government organizations, 28 of them flying for the private missions, and 2 returning to Earth aboard Dragon after Boeing Starliner crew flight test issues. Now we are currently standing by for a Falcon 9 liftoff at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time, 15:43 hours UTC, which is an instantaneous launch attempt for from NASA's Kennedy Space Center for Crew 11 mission following a northeast trajectory. The 4 crew members of Crew 11 mission will orbit Earth inside Dragon capsule for about 13 hours and 17 minutes before an automated docking to the Harmony model's space-facing port, which is currently scheduled for 2nd of August 2025 at approximately 3 a.m. Eastern Daytime, 7 hours UTC, with hatch opening at around 4:45 a.m. Eastern Daytime, 8:45 hours UTC. Now, before we dive into the mission details, firstly, on behalf of AstroYonder team, We express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone for joining us on this launch ride. We are truly fueled up by your presence and support that inspires us to work more hard and to meet your expectations. A big thanks to our amazing YouTube community for the encouragement that keeps our mission flying. As you provide you as we provide you detailed dive launch coverages loaded with extensive stats and thorough insights. Truly grateful to have you on board as we count down to the liftoff together. Would really appreciate if you guys could join the chat and let us know where you are joining from. Also, please free to share any questions, suggestions or opinion with us which will make us to improve our streams and to know more about you and your perspective. So please don't be hesitant, just bring them on. We would love to hear from you guys. Now, just a heads up, it's me only managing the launch coverages on my own. So if we face any technical hiccups or issues, please bear with me and be tuned in. I will do my best to guide you through the Falcon 9 rocket launch happening in approximately 4 hours 54 minutes from now. There is absolutely nothing to worry about and you won't miss anything. Now, a kind request to you all joining us right now. I know it's early in the stream, but please consider providing this stream a like. It really helps others to find this stream out and join us as we move ahead with the stream. Now, NASA will be beginning their webcast approximately 45 minutes from now. So here we are a little bit earlier from them so that we can share all the insights for the missions with you. Now, before getting into the mission details, just a quick update. Although the launch attempt got pushed by 1 day, but the docking of the Crew Dragon Endeavour with Crew 11 mission crew on board is currently scheduled the same time and for the same day, that is for the 2nd of August 2025 at approximately 3 a.m. Eastern Daytime, with hatch opening at around 4:45 a.m. Eastern Daytime. Now let's get into the mission details. According to 45th Weather Squadron officials, today it's an average but some sort of promising weather conditions for the launch. The reports on your screen published by the 45th Weather Squadron officials indicates that there is a 75% chances of favorable weather conditions at the time of launch, with only 25% launch weather constraint violations related to cumulus cloud rule and surface electric field rule. Otherwise, it's a 75% go for today's launch. But there is a high risk of ascent corridor recovery weather that's worth keeping an eye on, as it might cause a delay. If that happens, the ascent corridor recovery weather remains in the same deteriorated condition with high risk on scale for the upcoming launch opportunities. Even yesterday's launch was having ascent corridor recovery weather risk, but with a low to moderate scale, and still we had to scrub the launch in the last minute of countdown due to the cumulus cloud rule, which was possessing that time only 10% launch weather constraint violations. Now the forecast calls for a temperature of 30 degrees Celsius, 100% cloud cover with 1.1 inches of moderate rain and a wind speed of 4 miles per hour. So let's keep our fingers crossed and hope we'll have the launch today. But if for some reason the launch does not happen today, we do have a backup opportunity available tomorrow, that is on Saturday, August 2nd at 11:21 a.m. Eastern Time, 15:21 hours UTC. Now coming to some of the milestones that Crew 11 mission will be achieving. This will be the 11th crew rotation mission with SpaceX to space station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. Overall, the Crew 11 mission is the 16th crewed Dragon flight to space station, including Demo 2 back in 2020 and 11 operational crew rotations for NASA, as well as 4 private astronaut missions. Another way to say that is it will be the 12th human spaceflight mission for NASA to space station with SpaceX as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program, the 19th overall crewed orbital flight of a Crew Dragon spacecraft, and the 6th of SpaceX Dragon Endeavour, which will become the most flown Dragon spacecraft to date with this mission. Now, let's meet the crew. As I mentioned before, the Crew 11 consists of 4 astronauts. Crew 11 commander Zena Cardman, pilot Mike Finke, along with mission specialist Kimiya Yui and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. Altogether, they represent a blend of veteran expertise and fresh perspective. Worth noting, in today's group of 4 crew members, 2 are rookie astronauts, that is Zena Cardman and Oleg Platinov, while 2 are veteran astronauts with Mike Finke and Kimiya Yui. So let's meet the crew now. Zena Cardman, a first-time flyer, is stepping up as NASA astronaut for Crew 11, selected back in 2017. She is a geobiologist with a bachelor's in biology and a master's in marine sciences from UNC Chapel Hill, where she was also pursuing a PhD in geosciences at the time of her selection. Her research dove into subsurface environments, studying geochemical cycling in caves and deep sea sediments that work perfect for ISS microgravity experiments. Since finishing astronaut training, Zena been hands-on with real-time ISS operations and planning for NASA's Artemis lunar missions. On Crew 11, she will conduct cutting-edge science aboard the space station, leveraging her expertise to push the boundaries of Earth and planetary research. Now, ahead of the Crew 11 launch, it is worth revisiting Zena Cardman's surprising journey during the Crew 9 mission reshuffle. Originally, Zena Cardman was assigned as commander of Crew 9 alongside Stephanie Wilson, Nick Hague, and Alexander Gorbanov. However, in August back in 2024, NASA made a last-minute decision to remove Zena Cardman and Stephanie Wilson from the flight to accommodate Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who were staying aboard the ISS for a long time after Boeing Starliner failed to bring them back home. The revisited Crew 9 mission proceeded with only 2 crew members, Nick Hague as commander and Alexander Gorbanov as mission specialist, while Cardman and Wilson sat down with mass simulators occupying their seats. Now for Crew 11, Cardman has um, now being assigned as commander once more, a full circle moment to her. This marks her first space flight after nearly missing the opportunity due to the Crew 9 changes. In contrast, Mike Finke, initially assigned to Boeing Starliner 1, joins her as pilot aboard Crew Dragon for Expedition 73-74. Mike is a veteran astronaut, is no stranger to space, heading to the International Space Station for his fourth mission as Crew 11's pilot. With 382 days in orbit and 9 spacewalk under his belt from Expedition 9, Expedition 18, and the Space Shuttle mission STS 134 back in 2011, which marked the final flight of Shuttle Endeavour. Fink logged a serious time off world during all his previous space flights. He is a native of Pennsylvania and being retired from US Air Force, holding a dual bachelor's degree from MIT in aeronautics and astronautics and planetary sciences, plus a master's from Stanford in aeronautics. With over 2,000 flight hours in 30 plus aircraft, he is a seasoned test pilot, and over the past decade, Fink being pivotal in NASA's commercial Crew program, helping certify SpaceX's Dragon and Boeing Starliner for crewed flights. On Crew 11, he will lead the team through a packed schedule of experiments and maintenance, guiding the Dragon uh, to reach the International Space Station, and when coming back to a specific splashdown of California's coast, likely near Long Beach in the upcoming year of 2026. Next up, we have Kimiya Yui, a JAXA astronaut from Japan, gearing up for his second International Space Station mission with Crew 11. He is serving the role of mission specialist on Crew 11 mission, and this mission will be adding some more days to his previous 142 days in space from Expedition 44-45 back in 2015. Back then, during that Expedition 44-45 mission, he made history as the first Japanese astronaut to snag JAXA's H-2 transfer vehicle with the station's robotic arm. Also, he ran 21 experiments in the Kibo module up there in the International Space Station. That's a Japanese experiment module up there. He is a graduate of Japan's National Defense Academy with a degree in science and engineering. Yui served as a lieutenant colonel in Japan's Air Self-Defense Force before joining JAXA back in 2009. By 2016, he was leading JAXA's astronaut group, shaping their space program for Crew 11. Now, on this mission, Yui will bring his robotics and science expertise to conduct advanced experiments in Kibo, from material science to life sciences. Now, finally, rounding out with the crew, we have Oleg Platinov serving as a role of mission specialist on this mission. a Russian cosmonaut. He is making his first space debut with Crew 11, selected by Roscosmos back in 2018. He is a skilled engineer with a degree in aircraft operations and air traffic management from Krasnodar Air Force Academy, plus a bachelor's in state and municipal management from Far Eastern Federal University. Named a test cosmonaut back in 2021, Platonov's prepared for this mission with rigorous training in aircraft piloting, zero gravity simulations, scuba diving, and wilderness survival. Skills that comes in handy for any uh, International Space Station operations. On Crew 11, he will work on Russian experiments in Zvezda module, focusing on tech demos and space physics while supporting stations maintenance. So that's all about the crew members of the Crew 11 mission. Now, just a reminder, SpaceX is currently targeting a liftoff time of Falcon 9 for Crew 11 mission from NASA's Kennedy Space Center at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time, 15:43 hours UTC on Friday, 1st of August 2025. Once again, would like to request you guys so that this stream can reach out to more people. Kindly consider providing this stream a like. It really helps this stream to find more orbital corridor to more space fans joining us right now, like you. Now let's wind back and have an overview of the inception of today's Crew 11 mission. The specific planning for Crew 11 started to take place in early 2023 when NASA began assigning astronauts to future ISS missions. Zena Cardman, originally slated for Crew 9, was named commander, joined by Mike Finke, a veteran astronaut, as pilot, along with JAXA's Kimiya Yui and Roscosmos' Oleg Platinov as mission specialist. Both Finke and Yui were reassigned from Boeing Starliner 1 mission due to the delays, and a decision finalized by NASA late in 2024 to ensure the crew's presence up there at the orbital outpost. By March 2025, the crew was deep into training at SpaceX's facilities back in Hawthorne, California, and NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. They practiced everything from Dragon spacecraft operations to emergency procedures. They got familiarized with Dragon spacecraft as well, using simulators to mimic the 39-hour transit to the International Space Station, the longest yet for a Crew Dragon mission due to orbital alignment needs. This was the case for them if they would have launched yesterday. They would have needed 39 hours of journey to reach the International Space Station. But today, if we can have the launch, it is about 13 hours and 17 minutes of journey for them. On April 15, 2025, NASA and SpaceX conducted a certification review for Crew Dragon Endeavour, approving it for its sixth flight, a first for any Crew Dragon spacecraft. This recertification involved rigorous testing to ensure the capsule could handle extended missions, potentially up to 8 months. On July 24, 2025, the Crew Dragon Endeavour arrived at the hangar at Launch Complex 39A, and then, with being integrated with Falcon 9 rocket, made their way to Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center on July 27th. Followed by the same day, that's when the Dragon rolled up to the pad. You can see some of the images of that event. And finally, then with the Dragon spacecraft Endeavour marking its sixth flight, the highest for any um, SpaceX Dragon capsule. Atop the Falcon 9 got hosted vertical, ready for the launch. Now, on July 2025, the crew arrived at Kennedy Space Center. Although it's quite a humid Florida afternoon, they got greeted there and began their final preparations at Space Florida's launch and landing facility. A day earlier, on July 24, 2025, NASA and SpaceX held a flight readiness review, polling go for launch after verifying all systems. They didn't stop there. Later next day, on July 28th, the Crew 11 and SpaceX team ran a full launch day rehearsal. They went through everything from slipping into their suits to counting down into the countdown, making sure every piece of the puzzle fit perfectly. Moving right along, later that day, SpaceX attempted a static fire test on Falcon 9's 9 Merlin engines, but it auto-aborted at T-57 seconds due to an issue with the transporter erector's cradle arm position indication. After data review, the test was successfully completed on July 29, 2025, confirming the rocket's health being nominal. Now let's move on and take a look at the flight record for the Dragon spacecraft Endeavour prior to this launch. The Crew Dragon Endeavour with serial C206 is the first operational reusable Crew Dragon spacecraft and will become the most flown of its class with this mission launch. To date, it has completed 5 missions. Demo 2 back in 2020. That was Endeavour's inaugural mission, the first crewed orbital flight launched from United States soil since 2011, carrying Bob Beacon and Doug Hurley to the International Space Station. Also, SpaceX named its two of recovery ships in honor to Bob and Doug. So that was the Demo 2 mission. Now, followed by that mission, the next mission supported by the Dragon Endeavour was the Crew 2 mission, the second flight delivering 4 astronauts to the space station. Axiom 1 mission, the first fully private astronaut mission to the International Space Station, commanded by Michael Lopez. Next up was the Crew 6 and Crew 8 mission. Now slated as the vehicle for Crew 11, Endeavour will set a new milestone, its 6th crewed mission, marking it the first Crew Dragon capsule ever to reach that mark. Now, for the Dragon recovery vessel, I guess you have heard that Megan, SpaceX's Dragon recovery vessel, sailed off into retirement in mid-June 2025 following its final mission on March 9 with Crew 9. After completing splashdown recovery in the Gulf of Mexico, it made its final voyage from Port Canaveral to Louisiana on June 18th, and SpaceX formally confirmed its retirement on June 27th. Megan was named after in honor of astronaut Megan MacArthur. During its service, Megan helped recover a total of 24 astronauts. Now, for this mission, as Megan got retired, it will be Shannon, which still remains in service at the West Coast. And Megan's retirement reflects SpaceX's strategic shift to Pacific-based splashdown. Now let's move on and take a look at the booster supporting today's mission. The booster with tail number 1094 supporting today's mission is a flight proven, but you can say a young booster compared to all of the other boosters among the booster fleet, with only having 2 previous flights in its record, supporting a recent human spaceflight mission, that is Axiom 4 mission to the orbital outpost, the 4th commercial spaceflight for Axiom Space, bringing major milestones and return to space for India, Poland, and Hungary. And additionally, the booster supported previously 1 Starlink mission so far, now awaiting its 3rd flight approximately 4 hours 28 minutes from now. The booster's turnaround time as of today is 37 days. The last mission supported by the booster was the previous Axiom 4 mission from here at Florida from the same pad on 25th of June 2025 this year. Worth mentioning, this launch also marks the booster's 3rd flight of 2025, its 3rd consecutive flight from pad Launch Complex 39A, and 2nd ground landing 2 times on Landing Zone 1 itself, supporting today's mission. Now let's take a look at the bar graph showing the number of Falcon 9 launches each year prior to this launch. SpaceX completed as of now its 94th Falcon 9 launch for this year with a Starlink 13-4 mission launch from Vandenberg on July 31st, 2025, yesterday. Thankfully, we got some time to stream that as they pushed back the liftoff time for the Starlink 13-4 mission. And that mission obscured the number of annual launches made till year 2022 by having 33 more than the launches made in that year. Now with this launch of Crew 11 mission, the bar graph shows 95 number of Falcon 9 launches for 2025. As of now, SpaceX is less than halfway to reach the number of launches made in year 2023 and 2024. And with today's launch, SpaceX will be having just only 1 launch behind 2023's total and 37 short of 2024. This year again, SpaceX is targeting to break their previous annual launch record by targeting around 170 launches, which is well beyond last year's total of 134. That also included 2 Falcon Heavy missions. Now, for this year, it's an ambitious goal, but let's hope that they will achieve that. Now, if this stream fuels your love for space, please give this stream a like. It's kind of fine-tuning the trajectory of our mission to build a community with amazing space enthusiasts like you. And please don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification so that you won't miss a single launch update. Here at AstroYonder, we believe together we will build the ultimate constellation of space enthusiasts. Would be super grateful for your kind support. Now let's go ahead as we progress through the countdown and take a look at the trajectory for today's Crew 11 mission. Falcon 9 leaving the pad from Launch Complex 39A from Kennedy Space Center with the Crew Dragon Endeavour marking its sixth flight, having the 4 crew members on board for a northeast trajectory heading into a low Earth orbit, that is to the International Space Station, with an inclination of 51.66 degrees, which is a common angle for missions to the International Space Station due to its optimal ground coverage and accessibility. And that trajectory is indicated by that green line on your screen. The red line you see indicates where Falcon 9 first stage will land after stage separation, just a little later, leaving Florida Space Coast. This is going to be a ground landing, meaning it is a return to launch site operation, also known as RTLS in short. For today, it's landing zone 1, SpaceX's landing site, one of the two here at the East Coast. And this landing will mark SpaceX's 6th ground landing and 92nd in total. This also marks the 53rd landing on landing zone 1 to date. And worth mentioning, today is the final booster landing on landing zone 1. As landing zone 1 and landing zone 2's lease for SpaceX is about to expire, and actually to be precise, it was meant to be expired in the month of July, but I think they modified, and due to the ongoing mission of Crew 11, they are still they will be still able to land on the landing zone 1. Otherwise, landing zone 1 has supported many historic missions across 10-year history, including SpaceX's first successful landing of an orbital class booster back in 2015 with Orbcom 2 mission. Also, we saw the Falcon Heavy mission launch, first time demonstrating the dual booster landing with the landings made with the landing zone 1 and 2. Now for the splashdown of the Crew 11 mission, based on the recent missions like Fram 2 and Axiom 4, where we have seen splashdowns near Oceanside and other spots of Southern California. Once again, they will be attempting the splashdown at the Pacific waters, with recovery handled by their recovery vessel Shannon out of Long Beach. This will be the third Dragon recovery for SpaceX at the West Coast and the first for NASA at the Pacific Ocean. Possible locations include off the coast of Los Angeles, Oceanside, and San Diego. Now we are about 9 minutes away from the webcast to begin, so let's just quickly get done with some of the stats we have to share with you. Today's launch marks the 523rd SpaceX's overall launch and the 27th non-Starlink mission of the year, and overall 19th crewed launch for SpaceX. This is going to be the 510th Falcon 9 launch to date. Third flight of this particular Falcon 9 booster supporting today's mission, with tail number 1094 being in action after 37 days. Sixth flight of the Crew Dragon Endeavour, the most number of flights by any Crew Dragon spacecraft to date. This mission marks the 95th Falcon 9 launch and SpaceX's 98th overall launch of 2025, including 3 Starship flights this year. This will be the 450th Falcon booster reflight to date, that is the launch of a booster that has flown at least once before. This launch also marks the 115th orbital launch for SpaceX, launching from the historic Launch Complex 39A, and the 209th overall orbital launch from this pad. Now moving on to some reusability stats. This flight marks the 434th reflight of a Falcon 9 booster to date. This will be the 6th landing on Landing Zone 1 this year, which marks the 12th ground landing of the year and the 53rd overall landing on Landing Zone 1 for SpaceX. Third landing of this first stage booster with tail number 1094, and with this mission's first stage landing, SpaceX will be having the 92nd overall 92nd overall ground landing, marking 464th Falcon 9 landing so far and the 483rd SpaceX's overall landing to date. Now just a quick note, we are not counting the landing failure on Just Read the Instructions drone ship during the Starlink Group 12-20 mission this year, as it was a partial success. So you can notice there's a difference of 1 in the Falcon 9 and overall landing stats compared to what that is listed on SpaceX's website. So please don't get confused by those numbers. Now speaking of landing, here are some of the stats for the landing zones for SpaceX prior to this mission. As today's landing zone is the Landing Zone 1 here at Cape Canaveral, which previously saw 1 unsuccessful landing attempts and 52 successful landings out of 53 overall landing attempts with previous Axiom 4 mission. Today, the Landing Zone 1 will be having its last and the 53rd overall landing to date. Once again, just to remind you, please note that this landing zone stats on your screen are prior to this launch, so please don't get confused. And although today's mission involves a ground landing and does not uses a drone ship, but here are some of the drone ship stats prior to this mission for your reference. Meanwhile, would like to request you guys, those of you joining us right now, if you feel we are adding value to your viewing experience, please consider giving this stream a like, which helps this stream to reach out to more amazing space enthusiasts joining us like you right now. Now let's move on and have a look into some of the key stats for SpaceX launches for 2025 this year, including this mission as well. With today's mission, SpaceX will be having its 98th launch of this year, and out of those, 68 were Starlink missions, 27 are non-Starlink missions for commercial and government organizations, including this one, and 3 Starship launches. 90 of these missions using a reuse booster, which includes today's booster as well. Now, if we look into the geographical distribution, we get SpaceX will be having 62 launches from the East Coast, 17 from the Launch Complex 39A with today's mission, that is from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, and previously they had 45 from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. On the West Coast, SpaceX is having 33 launches, that is from Pad Slick 4 East at Vandenberg Space Force Base. And as of now, 3 launches from Gulf Coast at Starbase back in Texas, and 2 Super Heavy booster catches with Starship's 7th and 8th test flights. On Flight 9, no Super Heavy booster catch was attempted. Meanwhile, a lot is happening at Starbase. Ship 37 made the trip to the modified launch pad 1A for its single engine static fire test that occurred yesterday ahead of Flight 10. At the same time, Ship 38's payload testing continues at the test stand for the cryo testing ahead of test flight 11. Also, I got this news recently that a front flap was being installed on the Ship 39 ahead of test flight 12. According to the current speculations, guess the Starship test flight 10 will be no earlier than the second week of August if everything goes as planned. Also, Elon tweeted multiple times confirming the target month as well as a tentative schedule that is the mid-August as of now. Also, he mentioned about his high hopes regarding the launch of Starship version 3 by this year end. Now, moving on again with the stats for today's mission. For landings, today SpaceX will be nailing it for the 93rd time this year. Most of the landings as of now are on drone ship with 81 in total. And as of now, a shortfall of Gravitas and of course I Still Love You is having equal number of landings to have for this year. But for the ground landings, they will be pulling off 12th time this year, where landing zone 1 will be having its 6th and final landing, including today's mission. As mentioned before, SpaceX is now working on adding a landing pad at the East Coast in order to retain the return to launch site capabilities, as SpaceX's lease for landing zone 1 and 2 expired back in July. And as this is an ongoing mission, so I guess for that they are allowed to still make the landing on the landing zone 1. But for the new landing zone which they are working on, I guess it will be a single landing zone, unlike now where we have 2 of them. And SpaceX mentioned that landing zone 2 will continue to operate with no specific date mentioned for decommissioning. So I think they modified their lease contracts for the landing zones up there, which was previously meant to be expired in July. Prior to this launch, the success rate for ground landings is 98.91%. For drone ship landing, it is 97.02%, and the overall landing success rate is 97.37%. This year, the landing success rate for 2025 dropped to 98.93% prior to this launch due to the failure of booster to successfully booster with tail number 1086 to successfully land on just with the instructions drone ship during Starlink Group 12-20 mission. And for that very reason, as it was a partial landing success, we are not counting that landing for the Falcon 9's landing and the overall SpaceX's landing in the stats we discussed previously. Today's mission is the 159th launch since last mission failure, that is the Starlink 9-3 mission. On the contrast, the longest stretch of successful mission in a row prior to the last mission failure, that is the Starlink 9-3 mission, is 334 back-to-back successful missions for SpaceX, starting from Iridium 1 to Turksat 6A. Now, once again, this page of stats are prior to today's launch, and what we have is 158 successful launches since last mission failure, 68 successful landings since last landing failure, 368 missions with at least one reused fairing, and approximately 704 number of fairing halves were reused prior to today's launch, with a fairing half reused to reach a maximum of 32 times being reused. Now moving on to this year orbital launches, including this one, we have this pie chart. This mission Crew 11 launch will be the 170th orbital launch for this year. United States is leading as of now with 110 launches with 64.7%, including this mission, followed by China with 41 launches, Russia with 9 launches, 2 launches by Japan and 3 by India, whereas Europe with 4 launches and Australia with 1 launch recently, which marked the first Australian-made Eris rocket on its test flight to launch from its own country soil. That really marks a major milestone for Australian space program. Now we are just about to have the webcast to begin from NASA's end. Let's just quickly get done with this final slide we have. So here is a pie chart showing 2025 orbital launches by rocket variations, including this mission. On this mission, Falcon 9 will be having its 95th launch. And at the very bottom, you can notice that there is mentioned that others that comprises of 28 different launches, which includes different rockets, as they are not having prominent launch cadence for any of the previous years, so we grouped them in others, which includes different rockets like India's GSLV Mark II, which recently launched the NISAR for NASA, Japan's H322S, then the final launch of H2A, ESA Aerospace's Spectrum, Atlas V, Vega C, and many other launches. I will promise you guys that I will provide a thorough breakdown and of the rocket type variations for this year launch orbital launches, and I'm currently working on that. The work is almost done, and sooner on the upcoming stream I will be able to provide that info with you guys. Now meanwhile, while you check out the pie chart, let me see if the stream is rolling or not, as it's time for the webcast from NASA to start. I guess they started the webcast. So let's just quickly move on, and please provide me a couple of seconds so that I can set up the stream for you guys. So there we have the feed up there.
Including 2 NASA astronauts, are ready to ride a Falcon 9 rocket to the space station. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and you're watching our live Crew 11 launch coverage. Joining me again for our second launch attempt is NASA astronaut and Space Force Brigadier General Nick Hague. He is a spacewalker, Crew 9 commander, and my co-host. Well, Nick, how's it feel knowing that Crew 11's going to get another shot today?
Hey, today we're launching humans into space. It's a fabulous day. Ready.
Absolutely. And we are also listening to the loops, and we will pause when we hear those operational loops come over our audio channels here. You will not see Nick or I on camera until our final hour before liftoff. For now, it's audio only as we document and show you the video, the pictures of the sights and the sounds leading up to liftoff. It's been a beautiful morning so far.
Just to remind you guys that SpaceX will be joining the stream and starting the webcast approximately 3 hours from now, which will be 1 hour prior to the liftoff.
And it started that way yesterday as well. As we know, we headed into yesterday's launch attempt, which was slated for 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time, with just absolutely perfect weather at the beginning of our journey. You see clear skies there. However, we had weather interrupt what was going to be, and at least looked like was going to be, a perfect setup for launch. The crew was good. The vehicle was good. The spacecraft was good. We were green all the way across, except for at T-minus 1 minute and 7 seconds, we had a cumulus cloud get into the standoff area with a 10-mile radius around the pad. And so when that happens, we have weather rules that constrain launch, because when you launch a rocket through a cumulus cloud, especially if there's energy in it, potential lightning could be induced by a rocket launch. We stood down for that launch opportunity yesterday, but we got so close.
It was
Nick.
so close. We were out there a minute to go, and off goes the warning for lightning in the area, and you can see the rain in the distance coming down, and Mother Nature decided to let us try again today.
And we are hopeful she will give us a chance today. We certainly know that the conditions will be very similar to the ones that were in play yesterday. We have a sea breeze that's going to be coming onto land, as it always does this time of year, and it cooks up things in the atmosphere. The question today, though, is with our T0 at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time, we're just a little bit earlier, about 22 minutes earlier than yesterday's T0 due to orbital mechanics. So hopefully, you know, if the same setup happens as it did yesterday with the weather, we would launch today, because that cumulus cloud would not be around.
Absolutely. It is... I'm an optimist.
You are.
We're going. Astronauts have to be optimists.
They really do.
Well, of course, we have to be optimistic, but just to remind you guys, although yesterday we ended up at the very last minute into the countdown, that was 1 minute and 7 seconds before liftoff, due to the cumulus cloud rule violations. Everything was good as you just heard it previously, but yesterday was a perfect launch opportunity. Although that was having 90% like favorable weather conditions yesterday, but it was having a ascent recovery weather conditions risk with a low to moderate scale. But on the contrast, today we are having 75% chances of favorable weather conditions as compared to yesterday's 90%, with 25% launch weather constraint violations related to cumulus cloud and surface electric field rules today. And also, there is a huge difference from yesterday's weather forecast, because today there is a high risk of ascent corridor recovery weather, which was, as I mentioned yesterday, um, on a low to moderate scale. And this high risk for ascent corridor recovery weather will be persisting for the next remaining 3 backup launch opportunities. Excuse me, 2 more backup launch opportunities.
Hurdles. Zena was originally assigned to Crew 9, the mission that Nick Hague flew on, my co-host, but was later reassigned to command Crew 11 to support changes in station operations. And when she's not training for spaceflight, she enjoys rock climbing, writing poetry. She's an artist, can draw amazingly. We'll talk about more about that later. And she's also a power lifter.
Yeah, what can't she do?
That's the question.
Now you guys enjoy the stream. I will be taking a short break from you guys. Meanwhile, I will be requesting you guys, please consider liking this stream. That helps this stream to reach out to more space enthusiasts joining us, just like you, and would be super grateful for that. I will be monitoring the stream and will be coming with any updates we have to share with you guys. Just won't be bothering you guys while having these views as the crew prepare for the liftoff. Currently, they are going through the suit leak checks as they don the space suits. It will be like we already saw the overall procedure. It will be the same like of yesterday, but still worth watching. As to personally, to me, it excites me so much. So you guys enjoyed the stream. I will be joining you guys in a while.
In 2011, he took part in the second to last, the penultimate flight of the Space Shuttle Endeavour, STS-134. But it was the final flight of Endeavour itself, logging 3 more spacewalks along the way. Finke's also been a key player in NASA's commercial crew efforts, supporting development of the Boeing Starliner. He served as a backup pilot for a crew flight test, helping shape Starliner's avionics and software from the ground up. He also co-hosted a launch broadcast, so we all got to know him really well during his time serving as a co-host. Outside of spaceflight, he's a passionate learner into geology, astronomy, reading, and languages, and he's conversant in both Japanese and Russian, a skill that comes in handy on the International Space Station. He's also a kind of a favorite of the commercial crew program because they work with him so much in the lead up to putting Dragon and Starliner on that path to becoming vehicles that travel to the space station.
Yeah, absolutely. He has been at the heart of the development of commercial crew programs capabilities over the last decade. His heart and soul is in this program, and his fingerprints are all over it, and it's exciting to see him taking one of those for a ride.
It's been 14 years, a long time waiting for him since his last flight, but he's hung in there.
Yeah, he more than hung in there. He's been hard at work, so this is going to be a great day.
Our mission specialist for Crew 11, our first one, is Kimiya Yui. There he is, representing the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA. A former test pilot and Air Force officer, Yui graduated from Japan's National Defense Academy in 1992 and rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Japanese Air Self-Defense Force. He was selected as a JAXA astronaut in 2009 and made his first trip to space in 2015, spending 142 days aboard the International Space Station as part of Expeditions 44 and 45. During that mission, he made history as the first Japanese astronaut to capture JAXA's H-2 transfer vehicle, a crucial piece of cargo hardware. He also helped build out a new experimental module inside Kibo, Japan's laboratory on station, and carried out 21 experiments on behalf of JAXA. In 2016, Yui was named chief of JAXA's astronaut group, and today he is on his way back to space. And Mike Finke calls him the wise one.
Well, you can see why, you know, or his experiences show that he has that wisdom that he brings to the job. But he also has a good sense of humor and a great personality. So Kimiya is an amazing guy and fun to always work with when you get the chance.
Rounding out our crew, mission specialist Oleg Platonov, flying to space for the very first time. And there he is. He's a cosmonaut with Roscosmos, Russia's space agency, and a graduate of the Krasnodar Higher Military Aviation School of Pilots. That's where he earned a degree in engineering and the rank of lieutenant. Platonov completed his cosmonaut training in 2018 and was certified as a test cosmonaut that same year. Earlier this year, Roscosmos announced that he would launch to the International Space Station aboard a Crew Dragon as part of Crew 11. That marked a new chapter in international collaboration. He is married, has one child, and today begins his first journey to space, weather permitting.
Yeah, and you know, so Oleg's in the newest class of cosmonauts over there, you know, and I've had the chance to cross paths with him a couple times. He has just got an amazing personality.
Core on countdown, side hatches open, on schedule.
Continue to be on schedule. That's good. And you know, he's got a great sense of humor. He loves to crack jokes, and is just a really great guy.
Mike Finke says he's funnier than he is, than himself, which is...
Mike's a funny guy, so that's a pretty high bar.
And he knows it, apparently. Well, if you're watching right now, we would love for you to be part of the show. And so just send us a note, send Nick a question. We'll be looking at those throughout today's broadcast. Just send it to us via our media platforms on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, and use the hashtag AskNASA. We'll be answering those questions live as we count down to launch. So don't be shy. Jump into that conversation. Nick wants to hear from you. We want to get your questions answered.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we only got to like 4 questions yesterday. I'd like to get to 10 times more.
10 times more?
Okay, maybe
what?
double. If we can squeeze in double, that'd be awesome.
Okay.
Challenge to the broadcast team.
All right. Well, the challenge has been laid down, folks, as we watch Mike and Kimiya and Zena pose for pictures. The location we're at is the astronaut crew quarters. This is the suit-up room inside the operations and checkout facility. This is about a 20-minute drive from the launch pad, and this is where the team gets ready. This is their second time going through this routine. So given that, Nick, do they get any quicker as they get ready?
Well, they're definitely more comfortable. You can tell that today. You know, so this is the 3rd time that they've gone through this process in the last week. You had dry dress, and then yesterday.
Suit up and leak checks are complete, on schedule.
Yeah, and as we can tell, they passed their leak checks because they're doing photo ops in the suit-up room. But you know, after going through a scrub, the next day, you know, everything's pretty fresh. The nerves aren't there as much. You still have that blender of emotions that you're going to be going through, but you're ready to go, and you can tell the mood is positive and they are excited.
I do sense that more relaxed vibe inside this room than it was yesterday. It seemed like there maybe was a little more nervous energy, but just like you said.
This is LD on countdown with a situational briefing. Currently, all bottles are at MEOP, and earlier Dragon Gyro Compass alignment was completed and passing. We remain on track to an 11:43:42 a.m. Eastern T0. Both NASA and SpaceX have completed the COLA screening process with no COLA conjunctions at our current T0. The advanced team is at the White Room and the side hatch is open, and they're making preparations for receiving the crew. The crew's ongoing suit up at the ONC building. Launch site weather for today was briefed earlier at 40% POV due to the cumulus cloud rule, and we'll be monitoring the chance of convective activity near the pad. Reminder to use procedure 52.911 crew contingency procedures for any required crew contingency action in today's operations. Overall, Falcon, Dragon, and the pad remain healthy. Pending any questions, that concludes the brief.
Well, that was a brief from SpaceX's launch director for today. You heard the weather mentioned, 40% probability of violation, so that puts it at 60% go. For today, that is a lower chance of go than we had even after the LWO put out his weather forecast yesterday, initially starting it off at 25% POV. That has increased to 40% due to the arrival of those sea breeze, that sea breeze activity, that convective activity he talked about, which will happen along the coastline. We'll talk more about the weather in a bit, but first we want to talk about one of the support folks that's here inside the room as part of the team. You can see that most everyone there in the room wearing a black ninja suit, they are SpaceX employees, except for this gentleman right here, number 30. That is NASA astronaut.
Countdown. LIO installation is complete on schedule.
That is NASA astronaut Marcos Barrios. He is in the role of astronaut support person. So he is with the crew, both here in the suit-up room, but also at the ready, going all the way out to the pad.
Yeah, Marcos will be with them all the way until they crawl in the capsule, and he is the crew office, the astronaut office representative as part of the pad crew. They're just to keep a watchful eye and make sure that anything the crew needs is taken care of, and you know, he's the advocate for the crew all the way to the final steps.
He heard you talking about him, Nick, and gave us a wave.
He's good like that.
And so now the crew is sitting in their recliners, taking a load off. Those recliners, to me, they harken back to the space shuttle days. Remember when those guys were getting ready, they sit in, you know, a big recliner and looked like they were kind of relaxing, taking it easy.
Yeah, nice and cozy. I don't know. Maybe I'd be standing up if I was going to be strapped into a chair for the next 3 hours.
We should stand up more from time to time, since we were strapped to these chairs for 6 hours yesterday.
Yeah, it's good to stretch the legs. You can see the chief of the office, Joe Acaba, there, providing some last words of wisdom, I'm sure.
At Astra, above the exit doors there inside crew quarters. And so, in order to meet Nick's goal of social, we're going to jump right into it. We mentioned earlier, we want you to be a part of today's launch coverage, so we're taking questions. And the first one we have is from Annie Gonzalez, who asks, what did the astronauts eat this morning, Nicholas?
Yeah, that is a great question, and it's very dependent on the particular astronaut. I actually don't know exactly what this crew ate this morning, but I can tell you that it tends to be a fairly light meal, you know, something that's pretty hearty and that's going to stick with you, typically high in protein, just because that fills you up and gives you kind of the longer blast of energy that you're going to need. Because the next time they're going to be able to eat isn't for another 6 to 7 hours. They've suited up here. This takes some time. They're going to go out and strap into the rocket, and then it's going to be several hours before they launch. And then after they launch, from liftoff, maybe 45 minutes after liftoff, until they get out of their suits and have an opportunity to eat. So it's a good 6 to 7 hours that you're going to go before your next meal. So they want something that's going to stick to their bones.
And you had heard what they ate a couple nights before.
Yeah, we get this opportunity to select, our favorite meal, if you will. And the crew, 3 of them had steak as their penultimate dinner, and one of them had ramen and a corn dog. I'll leave it to the audience to try to figure out which one's which.
Well, you were telling us yesterday that you want to eat food that you're familiar with.
Yeah, you don't want to shock the system.
Right.
You're about to adapt to microgravity, and that's a big enough shock. You don't want to change up your diet a couple days before. So my technique was just, let me just continue to eat the breakfasts I normally eat. Let me eat the dinners that I would normally eat. I wasn't trying new foods or trying to cram in all the things I was going to miss into the last week of dinners. Just try to keep things normal. There's going to be enough stress on the body.
Well, Oleg threw us a heart as he was sitting there, which we appreciate. Mike Finke, meanwhile, looks like been there, done that.
He has.
It's true.
He more than a year in space already, and he's getting to go up there for another 6 months. He's a lucky dog.
In preparation for the mission, this crew, of course, like all crews that we see their mission patches that we're looking at right now, going all the way back to Demo 2. Look at that. Demo 2, Crew 1, 2, 3. Axiom is in there as well.
Yeah, you can see all of the crewed missions where they did a suit leak check in that chair. And so each of the 4 chairs has a slightly different version. You see that you don't see a Crew 9 on there. Alex and I only used 2 of the 4 chairs. So we only zapped the 2 chairs that we were in. But all along the way, little places where you leave your mark of, we were one of the missions, one of the many missions, and definitely not the last mission to come through this facility, whether that's signing the wall in there just outside the crew quarters suit up room, or putting patches there on the suit leak.
Hi there, myself Dipto Maitra, joining from the AstroYonder team, just to share a quick bit of update. We recently just heard on the webcast that the current weather briefing suggests that there is a 40% probability of launch weather constraints to violate for today's launch. Earlier, it was predicted by the 45th Weather Squadron. For today, it was 25% launch weather constraint violations. So that was previously a 75% go, which you can say an average, and we did saw SpaceX to launch even with the more bad weather conditions, but today it poses more risk because it's not only just launch weather constraint violations. Moreover, they have the high risk of ascent corridor recovery weather, which was there as well yesterday, but on a low to moderate scale, which rose high for today, and also for the upcoming 2 launch opportunities, that is for a 24-hour and a 48-hour delay. If this launch won't be happening today, the ascent corridor recovery weather remains the same with the risk of high. So currently we are having 40% probability of launch weather constraints to violate. I don't know, not SpaceX, NASA did mention that after reviewing the weather conditions, they are proceeding with today's attempt. I hope they saw some potential mm, gaps in this deteriorating weather condition. And as it is an instantaneous launch, if that needs only a like just that moment to launch the rocket, it's not having a broader launch window as we see in other Falcon 9 launches, where we can still delay the launch according to the weather to adapt. So here we have to be very much precise. For today it's 11:43 a.m. Eastern Daytime. I hope with the current 60% favorable weather conditions they will be able to launch today. But the main concern will be still remaining with the ascent corridor recovery weather being having high risks. And this ascent corridor recovery weather, it should be favorable all the way to the coast of Ireland until the rocket is getting into the orbit, leaving Earth's atmosphere. It is until that point where the crew will be having an opportunity to um, have their launch escape systems to work nominal, and this is also required to be favorable the ascent corridor recovery weather, because if in a need where an unfortunate event or for any other reason the crew has to escape from the Falcon 9 rocket using the launch escape system, that will make them quickly to move uh, apart from the Falcon 9 rocket, making them safe, and that has to be favorable in the terms of wind speed, in the terms of wind direction, so that those parachutes guiding the um, Crew Dragon during their splashdown will not harm the crew as well as not the vehicle. So I hope things will fall into their correct places and we will be able to have the launch today. Otherwise, as we just heard Nick previously on the webcast, that today is the third time they are going through all the procedures. Previously on a dry dress rehearsal, secondly yesterday before the last minute scrub, and once again they are attempting the launch today for on its second attempt. I guess the crew is very much familiar with all these procedures now, practicing for the third time. And although today is not the practicing, I hope they will be able to launch. And I get wrong saying this word practicing.
Provide some cool air, which is nice when you're in a suit that is completely sealed all the way around, with the exception of the helmet at this moment.
Yeah, it only takes a couple minutes to really start to heat up in those. If you can imagine,
Now the crew will be playing some card games to evade any kind of bad luck with them during the mission.
it can generate some heat. Oh, time for the card game.
It is. This is a tradition that happens before crew can leave the suit-up room. And so you've got the chief of the astronaut office, Joe Acaba, there. We did this yesterday. We're going to do it again today. And then, of course, you have the crew on the other side. Every crew does this before they leave. The goal here is for the crew commander, which is Zena Cardman, she's third from the left for the crew members, to lose the card game, lose to the commander. You want her to lose because you want to get rid of bad luck. But yesterday we saw Zena win hand after hand after hand. So we had to go, I think, 7 hands before she lost. But that's what we're waiting for, is for her to lose, right?
Yeah, and we'll see how lucky she is.
Well, that looks like a low card.
Let's see who wins today.
Okay, so Zena and Oleg are hanging in there again. Okay, so Zena lost. Her bad luck is gone. And now we're just waiting for the mission specialist, Oleg Platonov. And he loses. He loses and they applaud.
Yes, well, you know, time-honored tradition.
Absolutely. And that's the way it
Getting done with that card game, that's a tradition before any crewed launch. Now they will be heading to the elevator up there in the 3rd floor, getting down to the 1st floor, and heading out with the next event will be the crew walkout from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility building there. And after that, the crew will be getting to meet their friends, families, and well wishers before getting aboard the Teslas that will ride them to the pad here at Launch Complex 39A, which is approximately 20 minutes of journey from currently where the crew is at the NASA Neil Armstrong's operational and checkout facility.
joined the astronaut corps in 2013. A native of Kansas, Nick holds degrees in aeronautical and astronautical engineering from the U.S. Air Force Academy and MIT. On his first mission to space in 2018, he survived a launch aboard, a dramatic in-flight failure of his Soyuz rocket over Kazakhstan. He and his crewmate, Alexei Ovchinin, returned safely, and Nick went on to spend 203 days aboard the International Space Station on a follow-up mission in 2019. In 2024, Hague was assigned to NASA's Crew 9 mission and upgraded from pilot to commander when the crew was reduced from 4 to 2. The change enabled integration of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who returned to Earth aboard Crew 9 with Nick following the uncrewed landing of Starliner. After a successful mission, the crew splashed down in March off the coast of Tallahassee, bringing Hague's total time in space to 374 days, including 4 spacewalks. That's an impressive resume.
Now, just to give you some more context about what the host was talking about, the Nick's previous experience, a rare one, I must say, but it's quite lucky he is to have that experience because it's an extreme condition in a human space flight. Back on October 11, 2018, Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin, who was the previous commander of the International Space Station, currently the ISS commander is from Japan, Tokiya Onishi. He handed over the commandership of the International Space Station before getting back home during the Expedition 72. So, getting back to Nick's experience, Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin boarded aboard the Soyuz MS-10 mission and the Soyuz spacecraft that was destined for the International Space Station back in October 11, 2018. But the launch was aborted mid-flight due to a booster failure. Both the crew, Hague and Ovchinin, landed safely after a ballistic descent minutes from the launch. So for that The Crew 9 mission for Nick was the third launch and second mission to the orbital laboratory. But if we just count in that failure of the Soyuz MS-10 mission previously, on which Nick boarded on, that would made that if we would have counted that, that would have made Nick's Crew 9 mission the fourth launch for him and the third mission to the orbiting laboratory. Nick would have been eligible for Air Force astronaut wings for the aborted flight, since US Air Force considers space to start at 50 miles, that is 80 kilometers. However, he didn't reach that internationally recognized Kármán line at 62 miles, and because of that, NASA counts the Crew 9 mission for Nick Hague the first space flight, unlike RSA, and so the two agencies track his missions differently. Also, Nick Hague was awarded a special NASA astronaut pin made of material tin in recognition of survival of the Soyuz MS-10 mission. He was awarded the Order of Courage by Russian Federation for his actions during the aborted flight of the Soyuz MS-10 mission. So that was just a bit of insight about Nick's previous experience, which is a rare one, but as I mentioned, it makes an astronaut to have to gain more experience for any emergency conditions.
Hand signals, so there's plenty of love.
Plenty of love going around. Okay, yeah, you're right. I saw it yesterday. That's Zena's favorite move. She throws out the hearts, and boy, she's an astronaut with a lot of it.
Yeah, so they're anxiously awaiting the team, getting ready to walk down the hallway and mentally start to make that shift of, okay, we have, the train is starting to leave the station, and we're headed to the pad.
And once again, just to remind you guys that the recent weather briefing mentioned that weather conditions are not so much favorable, which was previously considered is 75% go with 25% launch when the weather constraint violations, but currently it's 60% go with 40% launch weather constraint violations. But the ground support team from the SpaceX's end as well as NASA's end is currently moving on with the launch procedures. As of now, there is no issues with the Falcon 9, the pad, and the spacecraft, that is the Crew Dragon Endeavour, marking the sixth flight. That will be the most flown Crew Dragon spacecraft to date. So hopefully the weather will be favorable for them, although it's deteriorating according to the previous weather forecast published by the 45th Weather Squadron and the current weather briefing. It's a difference of more 15% deteriorated weather condition.
And you've been on a second launch attempt, albeit with very different circumstances surrounding it, but when you do it again, hey, this is a chance to say goodbye again.
Yeah, it's this weird mix of feelings because you've said goodbye yesterday and now you're going to say goodbye again. But you also want to take that opportunity because this is the goodbye, and the next time you're going to see your family is months from now. So it's still a special time.
We're listening into loops right now, listening to the launch team as we look at the hallway where the astronauts will walk down.
We're not able to hear any loops out there. Hopefully we will get a new weather briefing. And despite having the 60% go currently, a 40% launch with the constant violations, another aspect in today's launch worth keeping an eye on is the ascent corridor recovery weather that is currently in a high risk on scale for this for today's launch opportunity, as well as two more launch opportunities that NASA can opt for, that is for a 24-hour delay and as well as a 44-hour delay. And also it's worth mentioning, if they will be delaying the launch from today, tomorrow it will be having a 15% launch with the constant violations, means again back to 85%. And for a 48 hours delay, it will be a 20% launch with the constant violations, that will be a 80% go. But all these 3 days, including today's one, they are having the high risk of ascent corridor recovery weather. In this mission, the weather seems to be the most crucial part. Otherwise, we would have got the launch yesterday itself.
Were you able to find out anything about what the astronauts did while they were hanging out the past 24 hours?
I traded a couple messages back and forth. You know, obviously when they got back to the crew quarters, it was straight into debrief, because that's what you do with operations. You perform them, then you debrief them, because even yesterday you can learn things about the operations. And so they got the update on the weather and what caused the scrub, and then were able to get some quiet time and get recharged, you know, and have an opportunity to connect back with families again.
Good. I needed a little time to recharge yesterday, Nick, after that 6 hour
I tell you what,
behemoth.
Daryl, you exhausted me. I was asleep by 5 o'clock.
See some of the family members, friends, and well-wishers for the crew members waiting anxiously for the crew to walk out from the Neil Armstrong operations and checkout facility, where they got the suit up and to have their leak checks. And there we go, we can see the crew walk out through the corridor with in the front Zena Cardman, Mike Finke, followed by two mission specialists, Kimiya Yui and Oleg Platinov. Now they will be getting, they got into the elevator, they will be getting down to the first floor. Currently they are on the third floor. Well, the lift even didn't want it to close down on the first attempt.
And a salute from Mike Finke.
Finally.
Next time we see them, they will be walking out those doors.
You know, so one thing that hasn't changed from yesterday to today, as you can see, the energy and the excitement, it's still there.
You're so right.
The weather conditions out there, as I mentioned and previously we heard on the webcast, the weather launch weather constant violations, it's more than even predicted, which got predicted by the 45th Weather Squadron yesterday. Currently we are having a 60% go for today's launch with high risk of ascent corridor recovery weather. We just want to know your predictions, that what you think right now, that whether today the launch will be happening or not. please let us know on the chat section. Would love to hear from you guys. And also, just a kind request, please consider providing this stream a like so that it can reach to more people, more space enthusiasts joining us right now. Right now you can see the crew members signing next to the patch, and this is a very quick touch Oleg gave to his signature out there next to the mission patch. Yesterday, Sean Duffy, the currently acting NASA administrator, or you can say the secretary of NASA, visited here as well. He was with the crew, uh, like not with the crew, to bid them farewell before they leave for the pad. I guess he is not there today. Now you can see the Teslas are getting ready. I guess the crew will be walking out those doors soon. We already saw them once before yesterday. Today, once again, we will be watching them. But yes, as Nick was talking about, there is one thing that didn't change from yesterday to today is that the energy still remains the same. And to be precise, I think they are more hyped for today's launch. Because when you don't have a thing to get on right time, you get more anxious and more desperate to have that thing. The next event will be the crew walkout from the Neil Armstrong operations and checkout facility. Followed by that, there will be drove by those Teslas guarded by security escorts. And there we go. We have the walkout.
Walking outside for the final time before launch in hopes of starting a mission years in the making. Nick is waving. You can't see him, but he was literally waving at the screen.
How can you not?
Now you'll be seeing those crews standing on a straight line marked there on a yellow color. It has a certain bit of distance from the members of the family, friends and well-wishers, as they are still maintaining their quarantine which they were in previously. And this is to ensure that there is no contamination or any foreign object getting on their space suits, as they will be getting on the spacecraft for the launch. Also, they will be checked at the there just before the crew will be getting checked for this any contamination on their suits before just getting aboard the Crew Dragon Endeavour for today. This is some couple of minutes they are again having, just like yesterday, today with their friends and family members out there. If the launch happens today, the next time they will meet their family members up to after 6 months later from today. Now the crew is getting aboard these Teslas. They will be getting into the Teslas with a pair. First pair will be the commander and the pilot, and the next pair is of those two mission specialists. So next up, they will be heading out to the pad, and this journey will take approximately 20 minutes or less. Yesterday, they were at this position during this phase of the liftoff. They were 10 minutes behind the schedule, but actually, I think those Teslas um, made them to ride more faster to the pad, and during the time they reached the pad, we heard from the comms that they are on schedule. So I think they made up with the time gap during yesterday, which they were lagging by. Today, currently they are on time. Everything remains on schedule as of now. No issues as of now, and they will be getting on the pad, then finally taking a look up at the rocket, and then to board the elevators to reach up to the crew access arm, and finally to get ingress aboard the Crew Dragon Endeavour, marking their up to 6 months of um, stay aboard the International Space Station. But worth mentioning that this is the sixth flight for Crew Dragon Endeavour, which will be the most flown Dragon with this mission. And for that, they had to recertify the Crew Dragon and to go through various rigorous tests. And lastly, SpaceX mentioned that this Crew Dragon spacecraft Endeavour can handle the orbital stay for up to 8 months long. So that's pretty much of margin they are having if by chance in case the mission stretches a little bit long rather than which is planned as of now of approximately 6 months of stay. So they have more 2 months of margin that Dragon's going to be handled very nicely without any trouble. Currently, they are playing some of the intro videos for the crew. We can make this audio feed on our stream because this can cause some copyright issues, but let me give you some details about the crew members. Zena Cardman being the commander of Crew 11 mission, who was the previously assigned commander for the Crew 9 mission, but finally at the last minute of adjustment by NASA for the ongoing, at that time, ongoing the Boeing Starliner crew flight test issues, she got to step down along with Stephanie Wilson. Now on this mission, she is again assigned as a role of commander. She will be having her first space flight with this mission. She got selected to be an astronaut back in 2017. She's from Virginia and she is a geobiologist with a bachelor's in biology and master's in marine sciences from Chapel Hill. She also pursued a PhD in geosciences and she was on her course of PhD at the time of her selection. Her research dove into subsurface environments, studying geochemical cycling in caves and deep sea sediments, which is absolutely a perfect ISS microgravity experiment, you can say. Since finishing her astronaut training, Zena Cardman being hands on with the real time International Space Station's operations and planning for NASA's upcoming Artemis lunar missions. On Crew 11, she will conduct cutting edge science about the orbital outpost that will leverage her expertise to push the boundaries of Earth and planetary research. We will be getting to the details for the science to be performed by the Crew 11 mission. One of the major highlight is these Artemis lunar missions, planning for that and preparing for that, and where the crew will be having some experiments where they will look after the spatial awareness for the of the crew during a uncrewed landing on the lunar surface. Now, next up, we have Michael Finke serving the role of pilot on Crew 11 mission. He is a veteran astronaut, and you can say the most experienced in this group of crew. Today, he will be having his fourth flight to the International Space Station. Currently, he is having 382 days in orbit and 9 spacewalks under his belt, which were performed during his stay aboard the International Space Station during Expedition 9, 18, and the last shuttle flight of Space Shuttle Endeavour on the mission named STS-134 back in 2011. So it's quite a coincidence that with him that he flew back. He will be flying back to the International Space Station after 2011 when he flew with Space Shuttle Endeavour and today with Crew Dragon Endeavour. He is a native of Pennsylvania and a retired US Air Force colonel who holds dual bachelor's degree from MIT in aeronautics and astronautics as well as planetary sciences, plus a master's from Stanford in aeronautics. He is having over 2,000 flight hours in flying experience over 30 plus aircrafts. He is a seasoned pilot, you can say. Now, over the past decade, Finke being pivotal in NASA's commercial crew program, helping to certify SpaceX's Crew Dragon, as well as the during that time the developing Boeing Starliner for crewed flight. On Crew 11, he will lead the team through all the operations for piloting the Crew Dragon spacecraft, starting from the launch uh, to docking and afterwards from undocking to splashdown. Although the docking for the Crew Dragon is all autonomous, but still crew has the ability to have the manual control over the spacecraft. Now do keep an eye on the screen. You can see in a while that those crew members will pass ahead. There we go, in front of the NASA headquarters out there. Close to here only, the Artemis 1 previously took flight, and next up will be the Artemis 2 mission. And yesterday we heard from Sean Duffy. He did mention about Artemis missions with a very strong tone, and I guess NASA will be keeping, and I shouldn't be guessing that. I think it's clear that NASA will be keeping up with the Artemis missions. Previously, we heard speculations regarding the suspension of the Artemis mission during the transitions of the administration, both for the US presidency as well as for the NASA chief. But currently, it seems that they will be holding back that mission. Now, next up, we have Kimiya Yui, who is a JAXA astronaut from Japan, who is gearing up for his second ISS mission with Crew 11, which will be adding to his 142 days in space, some more days to that, which he had those 142 days back from his previous mission on Expedition 44-45 back in 2015, excuse me. Back then, during the Expedition 44-45 mission, he made a unique history as he became the first Japanese astronaut to grab JAXA's H-2 transfer vehicle with station's robotic arm. Also, during that time, during his previous mission to the International Space Station, he ran 21 experiments in the Kubo experiment module, which is a Japanese experiment module up there in the International Space Station. He is a graduate of Japan's National Defense Academy with a degree in science and engineering. Yui served as a lieutenant colonel in Japan's Air Self-Defense Force before joining JAXA back in 2009. By 2016, he was leading JAXA's astronaut group, shaping their space program. And for now, this Crew 11 mission, Yui will bring his robotics and science expertise to conduct advanced experiments in the Kubo module for material science to life sciences. We can see that how much he changed from his previous mission, Expedition 44-45. At that time, he used to look so young. Yes, it's a gap of nearly 10 years, you can say. Back it was in 2015, now it's 2025. Now coming and rounding out with the crew for Crew 11 mission. Next up, we have the next mission specialist for Crew 11, a Russian cosmonaut, Oleg Platinov, who will be making his first space debut with this Crew 11 mission launch. He got selected by Roscosmos back in 2018. He is a skilled engineer with a degree in aircraft operations and air traffic management from Krasnodar Air Force Academy. And you can currently see the crew reach the pad. Just they are getting to the parking spot for those Teslas. Now about Oleg, I was saying, so he is a skilled engineer with a degree in aircraft operations and air traffic management. He also holds a bachelor's in state and municipal management from Far Eastern Federal University in Russia. He is named as a test cosmonaut back in 2021, and Platinov prepared for this mission with rigorous training in aircraft piloting, zero gravity simulations, scuba diving, and wilderness survival. These all skills which comes handy for ISS operationals. On Crew 11, he will work on Russian experiments in the Zvezda module, where previously we heard those leaks were there during the Axiom 4 mission, for which the Axiom 4 mission got delayed. And he will be focusing mostly on the tech demos and space physics while supporting the station maintenance as well. And recently, just to update you guys on a news article, I was reading about this a leak up there in the Zvezda module still persist. Although last time they during the before the Axiom 4 mission, the crew aboard the International Space Station with Expedition 73, they worked on to repair those leaks and to check those leaks, but the leaks are still persisting. So it's a little bit kind of, you can say, a risky game to send more 4 people up there, and despite having those leaks persisting. And moreover, it's a kind of a gamble game. As you can see right now on your screen, it's 60% go for today's liftoff. It's having the main concerns when cumulus cloud rule and surface electric field rules getting violated for about 40%, as well as the today's launch weather is having a high risk on a scale for the ascent um, corridor recovery weather for the Crew 11 launch. Now, meanwhile, you guys enjoy the stream, and I will be again joining you back. I think I have to check out the weather here from where I'm streaming, because here the weather is bad as well. Currently it's lightning, so I have to check it out that whether it is concerning condition or not. So you guys sit back and enjoy the stream. And before taking a break from you, just want to have a request for you again. Kindly provide this stream a like so that it can reach to more space enthusiasts like you who is joining us right now. Also, that will help us to grow our community with amazing space enthusiasts. Please don't forget to subscribe and turn on the bell notification so that you won't miss any of the upcoming launch or even any of the other live webcasts. So with that, I will take a short break from you guys. I will show up again with any kinds of update we will be receiving to share with you guys. Meanwhile, you guys enjoy the stream.
There's a lot of factors that go into it, and it's almost an impossible task for the weathermen to figure it out in advance. So we just continue to watch and take it down to the real-time call of are we ready to go or not.
The launch weather officers, very capable bunch. They do their best. But like you say, weather is so unpredictable here in Florida that it's hard to get it exactly 100% right. But we use the tools we have and the data that we see, and we'll take it from there. Let's get a social question in that have been queuing up. MPOV23 asks, we are watching the live stream, and my 10-year-old daughter, Zoe, asked, what do you do to keep entertained busy while in space for so long?
Yeah, that's a great question, Zoe. It's one of those things where everybody's a little bit different. Some people read books. Some people will watch a favorite TV show or a movie, or will sit around, every Friday evening after the long work week, we would get together and have dinner and share music and just talk. But without doubt, something that everybody does is go to the window and look out the window at the Earth down below and just soak it in, because it is such an amazing view. You can see almost coast to coast of the United States as you fly over, so you see so much, and you almost start to lose the ability to see the impacts of humans, and you see the mountains, and you see the oceans and lakes and deserts, and you start to appreciate just how connected everything is on Earth. And then when you get on the other side of the world, you're in the dark, and then the stars all come out, and you can see the universe just kind of unfold in front of you, and there's so many stars that you can't see that many stars from the ground, and it's just so impressive. You could spend hours.
I can only imagine. And it all in 90 minutes, right, as you zip around the planet.
16 times a day.
Well, there is our commander and our pilot, Mike Finke and Zena Cardman, looking up at their rocket.
Big hugs, big hugs. And so Zena must have listened to your commentary yesterday, Daryl, because she was leaning back farther than Mike was today.
I noticed that. I was going to say so. I was like, wait, Mike Finke has the upgraded suit. He is the only one of the crew to wear the version 2, V2, R2, which is an upgraded suit that SpaceX is providing. In the elevator they go from the ground floor up to the 275-foot level. This is a great shot. They were just there looking up at their rocket. This gives you a sense of scale.
Which is so hard to get in the space industry.
Yes.
You see these pictures of the rocket and launch pad from a long ways away, and without a person standing there, you start to forget that these are small buildings we're launching into space.
Yes, that's right. That was a great shot to lay that imagery out, right? We saw them close up in the elevators, and then we widened out to the rocket. It really gives you a sense of scale. Great work by the production team there. All right, they get to the elevator. They have one more set of stairs to climb before they get up to the crew access arm. Well, Zena has some hugs for the closeout crew.
Yeah, last little, thank yous for all the work yesterday and today, and getting ready to walk out the arm and get strapped in. Today's the day.
A nice gaze out across the spaceport. You can see everything.
It's an unbelievable view. It's so scenic.
And here comes Mike and Zena. Hearts and thumbs up with big waves, getting ready to get inside Dragon Endeavour. Was that a dab?
You said he was a jokester. He's having a good time.
And so, put a hand where they signed the meatball,
More on
the
countdown.
NASA
Crews
logo.
have reached the white room on schedule.
Because this is the second launch attempt, they will not have to sign their names along the NASA logo that you see there on the wall. They did that yesterday. So Zena just put her hand on it, gave it a touch, and they'll go straight into making sure their suit is clean and there's no FOD before they get into the Dragon Endeavour, their spacecraft that will take them on a journey to the International Space Station, 260 miles above the surface of the Earth. Talk about Mike's spacesuit. This is V2, version 2, but they call it R2. His is different than the one Zena is wearing. As we split screen to catch the mission specialist doing their poses, looking up. Striking a pose.
They're choreographed. They get higher marks than Spanky and Zena.
You're listening to our posing judge, General Nick Hague, an astronaut here at NASA, and also a Brigadier General with the U.S. Space Force. In goes the commander, and now we await the pilot. But his suit is different as he pulls up the front of it. It is more configurable. You can adjust the sizing on it much better than you can the first version. This one has zippers that zip around the circumference of the individual rather than a long zipper that goes along the inseam. With that one that you suited up in, Nick, you get into it kind of like you would a onesie, but this one, you get into it the way we got into our clothes today. You're wearing a flight suit, I'm not, but get into your pants, put on your shirt, and then zip around. And just like your luggage, which has that zipper to expand it when you've bought too many, tourist stuff on your trip, you can unzip it to expand or zip it to shrink it, which gives them greater flexibility with these suits. They can fit them on more people and have to make fewer custom suits for the astronauts.
Yeah, suit fit can be a really finicky thing, and there's a lot of effort that has been spent with the first version of the suit, trying to make sure that every crew member gets a suit that fits. With this new one, there's a lot more adaptability and a little bit more forgiveness in the suit. It's one of those things that's really important. Normally, these suits are never pressurized except during leak checks, but in the event of an emergency, they may need to pressurize, and if they don't pressurize in the right shape, it can lead to injury of the crew member.
And here come our mission specialists right behind him, Oleg and Kimiya. Flashing signs of Crew 11 with their 2 fingers extended upwards. They are ready to go. You know what I love about the view, you were talking about it earlier, that we can see out the windows there, is that with the exception of, the occasional launch pad and building and stuff, this is a pristine wildlife refuge that just goes on and on and on. So it's natural Florida the way it was before it became populated.
Yeah, and it's that that stark contrast of nature and then this technology, like the most sophisticated thing that humanity can do, plopped right down in the middle of it, and that juxtaposition is just it's eye-catching.
Get comfortable, Mike.
You're going to be here
shimmies
a while.
Around in his seat.
Well, you want to make sure those straps are tight. Yeah, so you can see the pad crew strapping them inside, but then also outside. Some of the things that you wear on the way to the launch pad are there to protect you from getting FOD in the suits or debris in the suit. So there's a cover that goes on the umbilical port on the leg. There's some covers that go on the bottoms of the boots. Once you get to the white room, you take all that stuff off because it's clean at that point, and you're ready to get inside. And then you'll see them strap inside, as well as here in a little bit start to hand them their personal gear, which is that satchel that they're going to put on their left thigh.
If you joined us recently, you're watching NASA and SpaceX's coverage of the launch of Crew 11 to the International Space Station. Our T0 set for 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. We are counting down, currently T-minus 2 hours and 47 minutes. We have the commander and the pilot seated in their positions. And we just saw the two mission specialists go into the capsule, and they are getting into their seats. NASA astronaut Nick Hague is here helping us document Crew 11's journey into orbit. In our split screen, we are inside and outside of the spacecraft. We're also taking your questions, so please send them in. Hashtag AskNASA. Nick has given us the goal of getting as many questions answered as we can, so let's fire up another one.
Hi there, it's me Dipto joining back you guys once again. Just to share you some updates with this Crew 11 mission launch. Currently, we saw all the 4 crew members getting ingressed aboard the Crew Dragon Endeavour. Already, the first pair, that is the pilot and the commander for the Crew 11, Zena Cardman and Finke, got inside the spacecraft, followed by 2 mission specialists, Oleg Platonov and Kimiya Yui, joining them. Currently, those closeout crews are helping the crew to have those tablets and other equipments right on their places. And also, we heard on the webcast that only the pilot for Crew 11 mission, Finke, is having the newly developed SpaceX's IVA suits, which stands for Intra-Vehicular Activities Suit. This is the version R2, which SpaceX calls by that. And as Mike was previously holding a crucial role for certifying the commercial crew flights, also certifying the SpaceX's Dragon as well as Boeing Starliner's crew flights. I think he is having a better perspective about checking things. So SpaceX decided to have the suits to be worn by him. Maybe this will be also helping them to certify these spacesuits for upcoming missions. Right now, we are still on a 40% probability of violations from the previous weather briefing. But the team is still moving forward with the launch. I guess this is what they are having any deeper insights for the weather, and maybe they can find a gap between these deteriorating weather conditions to have the crew launch. As this is an instantaneous launch window, the teams, the ground teams, as well as the crew don't have a broad time where they can adjust their liftoff time. It has to be at 11:43 a.m. means at that time only, because this has to have a specific alignment with the ISS just heading over the Earth, and that will make up with the orbital mechanics to follow up and catch up with the ISS speed and to perfectly dock when they will be docking currently scheduled for tomorrow, that is on August 2nd. Meanwhile, let me just talk about the science as we are seeing the crew getting ready for the hatch closure. The next major milestone will be that where the closeout team will be checking the hatch very meticulously before finally closing it for the Crew Dragon Endeavour. Now about the experiments, let's dive into the science because this is where Crew 11 will really shine as they are set to tackle a packed slate of research to address health challenges for deep space missions and benefit life back on Earth. One of those experiments will be the most major concerned experiment that will be the a simulation of lunar landings using handheld controllers and screens to navigate scenarios which will mimic the moon's south pole, which is currently a key target for Artemis mission and for any other space agency. This will help NASA to better understand how microgravity affects spatial awareness and plotting skills, which is crucial for landing lunar spacecraft safely, which are specifically uncrewed. And another big focus in the spaceflight Crew 11 mission will be the spaceflight associated neuroocular syndrome, also called as SANS in short. You might be aware of this term if you would have followed the previous Polaris Dawn mission. It's the similar experiment, but I think from the previous findings during Polaris Dawn mission, they will be getting furthermore with that experiment with this Crew 11 crew performing those experiment. It's a condition which impacts astronauts' vision and brain function during long missions. The crew will study ways to prevent or to treat the SANS, which could make or break future Mars missions. Then there is another interesting and important experiment, that is the stem cell experiment IP1, which uses microgravity to grow large batches of stem cells induced by pluripotent stem cells. And to make it in a simpler word, just think of stem cells that can become any cell type. They won't be just remaining as a stem cell, they can grow and to develop in any other kind of cell. Also, this will be revolutionizing the regenerative medicine for diseases like cancer or heart conditions back here on Earth. And the bionutrients 3 experiment, which is also a super cool one, which will test the producing nutrients on demand using genetically engineered organisms like yogurt or yeast based drinks, which will keep the astronauts healthy on long missions without depending on the bulky food supplies which the ISS crew receive through cargo missions. Not only Dragon Soyuz cargo missions as well. Now, another standout in the experiment is the Genes in Space 12 experiment. It is a student-designed experiment exploring how microgravity affects bacteria and viruses which attack the bacteria itself. This could reduce the need for antibiotics in space which will be a game changer for crew health. The Crew 11 will also investigate plant cell division in microgravity, which could improve crop growth for space habitats and study material flammability to design safer spacecraft. All these experiments will be on the ISS legacy of over 3,000 studies conducted as of now by the crews from different countries. They will also capture Earth imagery for climate and disaster response research, continuing the International Space Station's role as a unique vantage point. All this work supports NASA's goal of sustainable exploration, ensuring that the mankind is ready for the moon, Mars, and beyond. I guess the closeout teams are done with the final checkouts up there in the Dragon spacecraft with the crew on board. I think next they will be standing out and will be moving forward with the hatch closing procedures. Also during this time, the crew will be going through suit leak checks once again. And upon hatch closure, the Dragon spacecraft will go through the leak checks. They will be also having the comm checks with the ground teams in few moments from now. On the Crew 11's return, they will be splashing down off the coast of California. Recently, SpaceX shifted their splashdown procedures from the East Coast and from the Gulf of America, or you can say Gulf of Mexico, back to the West Coast, which is a direct response to the response to the safety risk posed by the uncontrolled trunk debris re-entry. By jettisoning the trunk after the deorbit burn and targeting the Pacific Ocean, SpaceX ensures a controlled re-entry trajectory which leverage the ocean's vast unpopulated area to eliminate risk to populated regions. The final waves before they will be having the hatch closure on the Crew Dragon spacecraft, and soon we will be seeing those chairs seats, you can say, on the Crew Dragon spacecraft to tilt on a launch position, and this is basically due to the crew to experience less G forces during the ascent of the Falcon 9 launch. And there we go, you can see right now the chairs tilting to the launch position. Also with that, the pilot and the commander will have a better view of those screens up there and to control them. This helps them to adapt with the upcoming G forces during the launch and during the orbit insertion. Now, I was talking about the splashdown shift from the East Coast to the West Coast for SpaceX Dragon splashdown. They shifted from the East Coast to the West Coast, and this move also capitalizes on better weather conditions and builds on proven operational practices from earlier Dragon missions. While the change introduces minor logistical and propellant trade-offs, but it significantly enhances the safety and mission reliability aligning with SpaceX's and NASA's commitment to public safety and operational excellence. Now let's listen into the webcast.
As the astronauts are seated into their positions here inside Crew 11 and the spacecraft Endeavour, we want to revisit your missions, all three of them, Nick, that you participated in. And we have some photos to kind of take us through that. This is something that the astronauts think about all the time. All of you think about when you get ready to launch. You never know what's going to happen. And that was the case on this day in 2018 when you launched from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, so we were at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, launching on MS-10.
Dragon care complete. Ready for recheck.
Now you just heard the comms. The crew will be going through leak checks.
Go section 3, suit recheck.
Yet another check of the suits to make sure that they're working. They're important equipment. This picture is taken as we're getting ready to go up the launch tower to get on the elevator to ride to the top of the Soyuz rocket. And yeah, you know, our preparation is focused. 95% of our training is training for what to do when things go wrong, hoping that you're not going to ever need to use that training. Training for everything to go right is actually pretty boring training. And so this is an instance of, you know, you don't know what life is going to throw at you, and definitely on the first launch, we had a curveball. It was a beautiful day, not unlike today. You know, a fall day launching off the same launch pad that Yuri Gagarin launched off of, and 2 minutes into the flight, that's when staging occurs for the Soyuz, and for the Soyuz rocket, the little external boosters on the lower half of the rocket are empty at that point, and then they gently separate and then propel themselves away. But on that day, one of them failed to propel itself away, and when you're 30 miles up going 4,000 miles an hour, the slipstream of the wind is strong enough that it forced that empty tank to impale the center of the rocket, and it disintegrated. In that instant, because everything happens fast when you're going that fast, the launch escape system pulled us to safety. And so this is a still shot of that moment. You know, it was kind of a violent side-to-side shaking. The alarm is sounding. You can hear it. You can see the alarm flashing in front of you. There's a light that comes on the console that, you know, says rocket emergency, and then you spend a second or so trying to figure out exactly what happens as you're slowly tumbling, continuing to coast toward space because we were going so fast. And so we coast all the way up out of that debris field up to about 90 kilometers.
You made it to space.
Yeah, depending on who you ask.
Okay.
Though
was it 62 miles is the Kármán line? I don't know what the conversion is for the kilometers.
Yeah, so they use 100 kilometers is the international standard. The military uses 50 miles. That leaves this gray area, and as far as I'm concerned, I walked away alive, so that it didn't matter.
Amen.
And so that launch escape system automatically sensed that there was something wrong, and pulled us to safety. And you know, so we landed. The flight was 20 minutes. Pararescue forces were there to pull us out, and within 6 hours, we were coming down at the airport, walking off the jet, able to embrace family. And you can see I'm giving Katie a hug, and
that's your wife.
That's my wife, and Alexei's there with his wife Svetlana. And you know, our extended family is all there as well, and you know, it's that sense of disappointment that it didn't work out, but also that sense of
Dragon, 4 good, we've checked.
Copy, Dragon. We see the same. Closeout team will perform final closeout steps and exit the capsule. You can proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch.
In Section 4, and we'll go.
We heard the comms between the commander Zena Cardman and the ground support team back in Hawthorne, California, SpaceX's launch director, giving the final go for the hatch closing procedures to follow. The closeout teams will now step out from the Crew Dragon Endeavour, and following that, they will be closing the hatch. Previously, we were hearing Nick about his rare experience for the Soyuz MS-10 mission back in 2018, 11th of October, that had a rare mid-flight abort due to a booster failure, and fortunately they landed safely after a ballistic descent minute from the launch. Also, for that incident which Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin went through, Nick Hague was awarded a special NASA astronaut pin, which is made out of tin in recognition of his survival of Soyuz MS-10. He was awarded the Order of Courage for the by the Russian Federation for his actions during the aborted flight of the Soyuz MS-10 mission. This is where the criticality comes for any launch escape systems to work. It's pretty crucial, and today as well it is crucial for those launch escape systems to work nominal and to work them as intended. Currently, we are looking out to a concern that can hinder the expected outcome of a launch escape system about the Falcon Crew Dragon's escape system, and that is the high risk of ascent recovery corridor weather that can get into the way during the launch escape system for the Dragon spacecraft if in case it is needed. Now you can see those closeout teams having some special kind of lights in their hand, checking the edges of the hatch of the Crew Dragon Endeavour before closing them, as they are checking for any possible contaminations or any kind of foreign material on them, because they have to ensure the seal is a good made seal, completely airtight, as because this is the you can say vulnerable section of a Crew Dragon, because it will be now getting into the harsh environment of space, and during the descent back on Earth it will be also serving more critical portion because during their descent getting back into the Earth's atmosphere, the Dragon spacecraft can reach up to a peak heating of 3000 degrees Celsius and even more than that. So this hatch is one of the most vulnerable part during this kind of a phase of a human space flight, which transitions through. So we have to make sure that It is completely secure and sealed. We will be having the leak checks for those and for that Dragon spacecraft. Previously, we had 2 times the leak checks. First, for the suits the crew is wearing. Firstly, when the crew was at the Neil Armstrong operations and checkout facility, and second time they had the leak checks when they got ingress aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Now, as we are waiting for the next major milestone in today's countdown, that will be the hatch closing of the Endeavour Crew Dragon, carrying the 4 crew members of the Crew 11 mission. Let's walk down through the pre-launch timeline into today's for today's mission. At approximately T-minus 45 minutes into the countdown, where the SpaceX launch director will give the final go for the start of propellant load, followed by 42 minutes into the countdown, uh, 42 minutes left into the countdown prior to the liftoff. The team will be ready for the crew access arm to retract. Both the launch control teams, that is the SpaceX and NASA control rooms, will get into a lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. Before they start fueling, they will arm the abort system. And at about T-minus 39 minutes, the crew members will close the visors in anticipation of arming the launch escape system. We will hear those call outs during that phase of the countdown with the comms between the commander and the ground support team, with the SpaceX launch director giving the commands. And about the emergency escape system, here is a quick bit of context that why it is so much critical. This is an emergency escape system which uses SpaceX Dragon's super Draco thrusters, and which is needed in case of some reason, some unfortunate reasons where the crew needs to make a quick escape. It will help the crew to launch them very quickly away from the rocket and to safely land on the ocean, and to make sure that the launch system works in a right fashion. We have to make sure the weather is also cooperating with us, which is currently for today's launch is having a high risk on a scale of low to moderate to high. It's currently lying on a high part. Now, after the launch escape system will be uh, disarmed, they will be armed at approximately T-minus 35 minutes mark. The loading of rocket grade kerosene, also known as the RP1, will be loaded on board the first and second stage of the Falcon 9 rocket. At the same time, the liquid oxygen load will begin, that is the super chill liquid oxygen on board the first stage. Then at T-minus 16 minutes, which will be the next event, that's when the second stage liquid oxygen load begins. At approximately T-minus 7 minutes, where we will be chilling down the 9 Merlin engines in anticipation of the liftoff, which involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbopumps, which helps protect the engines from any kind of thermal risk, of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. At about 6 minutes before liftoff, the first stage kerosene tank should be full. At T-minus 5 minutes and 30 seconds, the strong back retract sequence will begin. It will start with the clamp pumps just underneath the Dragon trunk to open up, and then the transporter erector for the strong back to recline about 1.5 degrees or 2 away from the Falcon 9. The strong back will remain in that state, or you can say in that position, until liftoff, at which point it rapidly pulls back to clear the way for the Falcon 9 rocket's vertical ascent. Now, coming up to the next milestone in today's countdown is the T-minus 5 minutes. That's when the Dragon switches to internal power. Now, I was previously mentioning about the reclining process of the strong back, but just to provide you a quick bit of knowledge, and I guess most of you who are tracking the Falcon 9 launches are already aware of this, that the strong back reclining process at Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral, they differs. Here at Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral, we recline the strong back about 1.5 degrees or 2, whereas at Vandenberg, we recline the strong back about 13 degrees away from the Falcon 9. So that's the difference between the process of strong back reclination. So we got up to the Dragon to switch to its internal power into the pre-launch countdown. Next up, at approximately T-minus 3 minutes mark, the first stage liquid oxygen loading should be complete, followed by a second stage liquid oxygen load wrapping up at just inside T-minus 2 minutes mark. At that very particular point, the Falcon 9 rocket will be fully fueled with 1 million pounds of propellant. At T-minus 1 minute mark, the propellant tanks are brought up to flight pressure. And in the final 60 seconds of countdown, that's where the control of the flight system, that is the launch sequence, is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computer. Then, if everything looks good, at T-minus 45 seconds mark, the SpaceX launch reactor will give the final go for the Falcon 9 liftoff. Now, just prior to the liftoff at T-minus 3 seconds, the engine ignition sequence start command will be issued by the onboard engine controller. Finally, at T0, we will have the liftoff. If all 9 Merlin 1D engines ignite and will be in a healthy state, flight computers will give the command for the hold down clamps to release the Falcon 9 for the Crew 11 mission launch. So that was all about the pre-launch timeline that we will be going through step by step as we are preparing for the liftoff, with the hatch closure currently going on. Now let's listen to the webcast if there will be any comms going on.
What you were saying.
Well, the theme is, if there's a theme, I think you hear it echoed in Zena's words that we've played today, and as in our discussion yesterday, you've heard the same thing in Mike and Kimiya and Oleg's words. It's not, space exploration is not about individuals. It's about the mission. And this risky endeavor that we take part in, we don't do it because of the thrill, we do it because of the mission. And so the Crew 9 mission is just another mission in this long legacy of the 25 years of the space station operations, and making that happen, doing the scientific discovery and research up there. So yeah, we brought Butch and Sonny into Crew 9, and it's a testament to their competency and professionalism. From day one, they were all in and able to operate as full-up crew members.
You worked alongside them every single day of that mission, of that 7-month mission.
Absolutely. And they are amazing crewmates, and everything the ground threw at us, we were able to do. And that's also a huge testament to the teams that prep us to get ready to fly. I talked about the 95% of the time we're training for things that we don't expect to happen. But
Well, just hearing Nick to say about the 25th anniversary of the International Space Station, just let me give you a quick brief of what the crew will be handling and going through up there, the orbital outpost. Apart from doing their scheduled work and experiments, the crew will handle critical maintenance tasks like swapping out life support systems in spacesuits and managing resupply missions from SpaceX's upcoming Cargo Dragon CRS-33 mission launch that is currently scheduled for the launch no earlier than 21st of August 2025, followed by Roscosmos Progress mission, that will be another cargo mission, and lastly a third one surprisingly happening this year, which was previously not planned for this year, but Northrop Grumman made it up and speed up with their current ongoing activities here. So that will be the Northrop Grumman's next Cygnus spacecraft. That is also another cargo spacecraft reaching the International Space Station. The Crew 11 will also welcome a Soyuz spacecraft in November carrying NASA astronaut Chris Williams, and will bid farewell to the another departing Soyuz spacecraft with Jonathan Kim, who is currently a member of Expedition 73. He is also known as Johnny Kim in short. Then, of course, a major milestone during their stay is the International Space Station, marking its 25 years of continuous human presence on November 2nd of 2025. That will be marking a remarkable achievement for NASA, SpaceX, and all their international partners like JAXA and Roscosmos. So these were some of the milestones heading up for the crew as they reached to the International Space Station. Also, there is one point it just came to me right now currently, that upon arrival of the crew to the International Space Station, the International Space Station will have its 70th human visitor. Now, currently, as of the last human spaceflight mission, the recent one, the Axiom 4 mission, the commander, apart from the commander, the Subhanshu Shukla, the pilot of the AX4 mission, got the number of 634th astronaut. Slavoj Uznaski got the number of 635th, and Tibor Kapu uh, got the number of 636th human who have flown to the International Space Station. So 636 as of now. So with these 4 crew members reaching up there, they will be having the 700 crew to visit International Space Station. Currently on board the International Space Station are more 7 astronauts from the Expedition 73. 3 of them are NASA astronauts: Nicole Ayers, Annie McLean, and Johnny Kim. More 3 are the cosmonauts: Kirill Peskov, Sergei Ryzhkov, and Alexei Zubritsky. And finally, but not the least, the ISS commander Takuya Onishi from JAXA, who is leading the charge of being the commander of International Space Station, and as well as for the Expedition 73. Now let me just quickly see who will be the next ISS commander, if the information is available. Actually, I previously didn't check this out. Just a fun fact, the first ISS commander you might be aware of, who assumed the commandership of the International Space Station during Expedition 1 mission, was the William M. Shepard, who marked the history, being the first commander of International Space Station and also being the first American commander of the International Space Station. And during Expedition 2, Yuri Ushashov became the first Russian commander of the International Space Station. Not to forget, our previous human spaceflight commander, Peggy Whitson, became the first female commander of the International Space Station during Expedition 17 back in 2007. I was going to check who will be also the next commander for the International Space Station will be Mike Finke, who is now the pilot of the Crew 11 mission, getting strapped on his seats. So he will become the second time to have the charge of commander, to be the commander of the International Space Station. As of now, the most times an astronaut got to be the ISS commander is Gennady Pedalka, who commanded the station on 4 different occasions, more than any other inhabitant out there at the International Space Station.
But most importantly, she's got an infectious personality. Her positivity and she's just a fun person to hang out with.
It does. It radiates from her.
It does. Yep.
You know?
Yep. And that's, if you're going to be in a capsule for 15 hours or 20 hours or 40 hours, or you're going to be in a station in close proximity to somebody for 6 months or more. You want somebody that you enjoy hanging out with.
And I certainly enjoyed our time together when she co-hosted our launch broadcast for Crew 9, when we watched you, Nick, go up into space. Michael Finke is our pilot and funny man. Only, according to him, the only second funniest crew member aboard. He is a veteran of 3 space flights. Finke has completed 9 spacewalks, totaling 48 hours and 37 minutes of EVA time. He spent 382 days in space. Finke is a certified pilot for Boeing Starliner and SpaceX Crew Dragon, as well as a co-pilot, flight engineer on Soyuz, and a mission specialist on the Space Shuttle. Finke enjoys spending time with his family, traveling, geology, and learning new languages.
Equally, somebody that's enjoyable to hang out with.
That's true.
It's, you can say that about all of this crew. Just
Dragon
great
SpaceX,
people.
we had a good side hatch leak check.
Dragon copies. Good leak check. Great news.
That is great news.
That is. And so that...
Dragon hatch side hat leak checks went successful and no issues at all. Next up, I think they already went through those comm checks.
We are commencing health check for launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies. We'll monitor the flight computer state changes.
Now, this is an important milestone to check the health of the launch escape system.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're doing it well in advance of when we would turn on the launch escape system and activate it at about the T-45 point before you start to add your propellant and your oxidizer to the rocket. You want to do that early, so if there is any issues you need to troubleshoot, you've got time to do it. So this is the early checkout of that system.
Let's introduce you to our mission specialist now. Kimiya Yui is the JAXA astronaut on board. He's Crew 11's mission specialist, and with 142 days in space, this will be Yui's second trip to the space station. Yui flew as a flight engineer for Expedition 4445 and became the first Japanese astronaut to capture JAXA's H-2 transfer vehicle. In November of 2016, Yui was assigned as chief of the JAXA astronaut group.
And when you think about his history, capturing the H-2, the HTV, it'd be pretty spectacular if he could capture HTVX as it comes up.
Absolutely, and that's the plan. So if HTVX, which is Japan's newest vehicle, which is going to start docking with the space station, if it all works out, JAXA is really hoping that he'll be at the helm of the the Canadian arm, which will grapple the spacecraft and bring it in to space station.
That'd be fabulous. The international aspects of the space station can't be you can't over.
Also, just to update you guys, apart from the Crew 11 mission, currently we are broadcasting and watching together. Recently, it showed up on the launch manifest that the Project Kuiper with SpaceX launch named KF2 mission will be targeting no earlier than August 7th, and also ULA, that is the United Launch Alliance, they disclosed about the upcoming Vulcan launch. That will be the first launch of Vulcan, launching the national security payload as well as after its certification. That Vulcan Centaur launch is currently dubbed as USSF 106 mission. And also yesterday, those of who tuned into the Starlink mission, group 13-4, I hope you guys noticed that during the launch webcast, they didn't provide any of the views from the second stage. It's because it is likely to be having some classified payloads on board, because from the previous trend and from the previous launch of the Group 13 with Starlink Group 13-1, where they launched 21 Starlink version 2 mini satellites, but it did contain two classified payloads based on SpaceX's Starshield bus, and those two classified payloads were for National Reconnaissance Office. And as yesterday's payload was far less than the optimal payload that are launched in that inclination, that is 97.6 degrees of inclination, which is a maximum of 24 payload. As of now, they launched SpaceX. So yesterday it was just 19 of them, 19 Starlink version 2 mini satellites. So guess there are more possibilities to have more classified payloads on board. Now let's once again tune into the mission audio feed and let's listen in what they are talking about.
So the vehicle's clean, everything is tracking well, and we're waiting on a weather update. I propose we focus on the 60% go as opposed to the 40% probability of violation. It seems more glass half full.
It does, doesn't it? And we that's what we put on our graphic. We put the go. Officially, it's given to us in a POV.
And I understand that. Statistics are the way they are for a reason.
That's right.
But
Nick is
positive thoughts
today.
He
is doing his best with the positivity here, and I appreciate it greatly.
Still holding on with the go for the Crew 11 launch with 60% probability of violations, with the previous 40% probability of violations and 60% favorable weather conditions at the time of liftoff with the previous weather briefing. We are still waiting for the next weather update. Nick is still being optimistic and positive and thinking that maybe the probability of violations will reduce. And hopefully it gets true as well, so that we can have the launch.
NASA through the various platforms, Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. Our next question. Abigail C3 asks, are there any space, quote, pioneers that have inspired Nick during his career or leading up to it? Did you have mentors at NASA? Well, let's take the first half of that question and talk about the pioneers.
Yeah, pioneers. I read lots of biographies, autobiographies, as I was growing up of, the Apollo generation, the early space program. I was fortunate enough on my first space flight, actually before that, after I'd been selected at NASA, every couple years we have a reunion where all the current astronauts, former astronauts gather together, and I got to meet Michael Collins, and he is somebody that I had always looked up to, and it just, if you read his book, or you
just to interrupt you guys, that I will take a short break. My back is freezing out of pain. So you guys enjoy the stream. I will join you guys in a while. And please don't forget to like the stream so that it can reach to more people. And that will be so kind of you. And we'll be super grateful for your kind support. Now enjoy the stream. I'll be coming back once we will be having any kind of update to share with you guys. But also don't forget to uh, keep an ear out for the comms, because we will be having the weather briefings for the next time. So meanwhile, you guys enjoy the stream. I'm joining you back.
And during my first flight, he came to mission control, and I was able to actually do a downlink and chat with him.
Oh, wow.
So it was a full circle moment, and something I'll never forget.
Michael Collins, of course, was part of Apollo 11, which launched in 1969 and helped land the first man on the moon for the United States. But as you mentioned, you know, he was called at times the loneliest man in the world, because it was his job to stay back in the capsule while Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin descended down to the surface of the moon and got the white hot attention of the entire world when they walked on the moon. And there was Michael Collins, steady, waiting for them to get back.
Taking care
by
of the
himself.
ship. Taking care of the ship, making sure that he was ready to receive them when they came back.
And then what about now? If you can share, do you have any mentors?
Well, you know, the astronaut office is such a close group. You get to interact with so many people. So, you know, I can point to today's crew. You know, so Spanky's been part of the office since I showed up. And
this is Mike Finke.
Yeah, and he has, you know, been there as kind of this force helping shape the commercial crew program. And, you know, just being able to watch that. And we have a similar background. You know, I was a Air Force flight test engineer before I transferred over to the Space Force a few years ago. And he was an Air Force flight test engineer. And so we had a similar military background. And so there's lots of those touch points inside the astronaut corps. And so we work together to make each other better.
Such tremendous experience just within the astronaut corps. It's a great point, Nick. You've got highly experienced veterans who have flown on space shuttle, and you have the new generation of astronauts who are flying on the commercial vehicles.
Yeah.
So it spans the gamut.
It does. It does. Well, you know, Expedition 72. My U.S. crew members up there were Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Don Pettit. So by comparison, I was the rookie. But I had, you know, previously done 3 spacewalks and been up there 200+ days.
Right.
I was still the rookie. So there's lots of experience inside the astronaut corps, and part of that is making sure that experience gets shared down. So it's exciting to watch Zena and Oleg launch on their first missions to start to accumulate some of that experience. It's, you know, it's a passing of the baton.
Really enjoying your insight and your experience as you talk about it, Nick. Astronaut Nick Hague here with us, commander of Crew 9, also flew on Soyuz. We are T-minus 1 hour and 49 minutes and counting until the liftoff of NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 mission. We have 2 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut inside of the Dragon Endeavour atop the Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Of course, they are headed to the International Space Station to help maintain the orbiting lab. Once on board the International Space Station, Crew 11, as you see there, will become members of Expedition 7374. They will conduct research to develop the production of nutrients in space, such as vitamins. They will also evaluate mass-producing human-induced pluripotent stem cells, or iPSCs, to develop cell-based therapies for diseases such as cancer, also as a possible alternative to antibiotics. Crew 11 will test phage therapy to treat bacterial infections. So Nick and I are standing by now as we are listening in to a weather brief. So please stand by. Again, we are standing by as we're listening to a weather brief from Launch Weather Officer James Tager to SpaceX's Launch Director. Please stand by. Okay. All right, so we have been listening to a weather brief. This was off air, by the way, but Nick and I listening to Launch Weather Officer James Tager give an update to Launch Director for SpaceX on the weather. This is something that they had set up a few hours ago to do one at the T-minus 2 hour mark. And so here we are, and we have the update. And basically what they said was, it is a sit, watch, and wait situation. We do have increased moisture in the atmosphere. You can certainly see that in the picture in the lower right hand of your screen. Cumulus clouds, light ones building in the area. The question is, when these sea breeze storms and clouds develop, they are going to develop inland, which that launch pad that you see right there is literally 500 feet from the beach. So it's all the way as close as you can get to the water. Right there at the Atlantic Ocean. But you see two things here in the weather. You see some low, thin, puffy cumulus starting to, be created in the area, starting to develop. And then you see those high cirrus clouds. Those high clouds are drier in nature. you want to see those. They are moving over the area. They look at those as a sign of good things, potentially to kind of mitigate against the increase in moisture. But overall, when the launch weather officer was asked where he would put the current POV updated to the second right now, he left it at 40% probability of violation, which puts us at a 60% go. That has been the go forecast since we began our launch broadcast this morning. You see there in that shot a line of cumulus clouds, nice little clouds there. The scale, the angle of this kind of throws you off because it makes it look like it's out in front of it, but those clouds are more over towards the land side. So we will see what happens with our sea breeze. We're watching it closely. We're also watching the weather along the ascent corridor. Showers are moving through that area at this moment. We also need to have good conditions there. This is where the Dragon could potentially splash down. But what's good about the showers there, Nick, is that they are expected to clear that area in an hour or so. So hoping for a good ascent corridor. And then, of course, you have the abort zones. If they were to get to orbit, that they would later splash down to. They are monitoring those as well. So essentially, more watching, more waiting. We've got a crew that's ready to go. And we've got weather that's just a watch item and continues to be at this moment.
Yeah. No, it's actually, for me, it's fun to listen to that back channel conversation, back and forth between, the weather office over at the 45th Space Launch Delta and SpaceX, because you get to hear the depth of analysis that's going into, making sure that every step of the way the weather is going to be good enough for the crew, and so things are continuing to go. We're still 60% go. I'm staying positive, and it's great.
Well, we got really close yesterday at 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time. We were just a minute away. And so today we'll be at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. So if everything tracks as it did yesterday, then we should be good to go. How about that for some positivity from your co-host?
I love it.
Okay. All right. T-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes and counting. Let's take you now inside Mission Control in Houston, where flight controllers are constantly monitoring the International Space Station and the people living aboard. NASA's Sandra Jones is live there at Johnson Space Center. Sandra, good morning.
Hey, good morning, and thank you, Daryl. As you said, this is Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The team is continuing to prepare for launch today and is being led by Flight Director Anthony Varia. Today, we will be hopefully launching the 11th rotational crew mission to the International Space Station under the agency's Commercial Crew Program. Following Crew 11's arrival, the space station will have a total of 11 crew members representing 3 different agencies aboard for just a few days. Once on board, Crew 11 will go over handover procedures with the off-going Crew 10, including a safety briefing and orientation, and then the new crew will jump right in to help advance scientific knowledge and demonstrate new technologies. After a few days of handover activities, the members of Crew 10 will prepare for their undocking and return to Earth. Direct handovers between crews allow for continuity of the activities and helps to ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the International Space Station, which is about to celebrate 25 years of continuous human presence in November. Ahead of Crew 10's return, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi will turn over command of the International Space Station to Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Ryzhikov. The space station is currently in Expedition 73. And here is a look at that mission patch on your screen. In the fall, NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kutsverchkin and Sergei Mikheyev will join the on-orbit crew. Shortly after the departure of the Soyuz MS-27 with NASA astronaut Johnny Kim coming home will mark the commencement of Expedition 74, which will be led by the new commander, NASA astronaut Mike Finke. All this, of course, coming up after today's launch. We will continue with the countdown, and with under 2 hours before launch, we'll send it back over to Kennedy.
All right, thank you, Sandra Jones. Back here at Kennedy Space Center, you're looking up at the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon Endeavour with Crew 11 inside the spacecraft at the very top. This is Launch Complex 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center, a historic launch pad where launches to the moon have happened, as well as the long and very successful space shuttle program. We've documented the astronauts' path and crew members' path to the pad today, starting at T-minus 4 hours and 10 minutes. We saw them through suit up, all 4 crew members getting into their spacesuits. They checked them for leaks and then had them head out the door to their waiting vehicles. 3 Teslas parked outside astronaut crew quarters. They jumped inside and under security escort made a 20-minute drive across the Kennedy Space Center to this location that you see here, Launch Complex 39A. Once inside their spacecraft, they performed umbilical checks, they did communication checks, and they pressurized their suits a second time to make sure they are good to go for launch. The closeout crew sealed the door, the side hatch, which is used to enter the spacecraft as well as leave it. They sealed it up for the final time before going into space. And now we are marching to our next few milestones. We have some margin in the schedule now, so a little time for the astronauts to, as Nick was telling us yesterday, do some reflection, chat amongst themselves. And there was a phrase that you used as well yesterday, chair fly.
Yeah, aviation term.
Yeah.
To, sit there and visualize what you have to do and go through the motions mentally of everything that's going to come down the road. And so chair flying the launch sequence and everything that you're going to have to do, thinking about all the different radio calls, all the different cues that you need to be able to see. That's chair flying.
Well, let's chair fly ourselves right to the International Space Station now with some video. We are commemorating a very significant anniversary coming up on November 2nd, 25 years of continuous human presence aboard the orbiting laboratory.
And liftoff.
Hi there everyone, it's me Dipto from AstroYonder team. Firstly, would like to welcome Farhina Yasmin for tuning in. I'm thankful for your such warm regards, and let's have some positivity and thinking that we will have the launch today. Although we heard during the recent weather briefing, which was off the com, but was monitored by Nick Hague and Dorrell, being the host for NASA. They mentioned that currently the 45th Weather Squadron are still going with the 40% probability of launch weather constraint violations. During early in the stream, we saw the weather was quite good. It was sunny out there with clear skies, but with time, currently now, if we will be having that live view of the pad, you will be able to see some clouds developing. And during the weather briefing, that was not an official one, but that was going on at the back end. But there is something good in that briefing we heard as a host shared with us that the ascent corridor recovery weather, which was previously on a risk of high, is expected to have low risk because of the shower going on those regions, and that will help also to mitigate the cumulus cloud to develop over the pad, which we saw previously yesterday. Now for that only we got the scrub yesterday at the very last minute, and to be precise it was just 1 minute and 7 seconds left into the countdown prior to the launch. So guess that thing will be working, although it's they said it very much clearly that it's a sit and watch situation from like as of now we can give a final verdict that whether it will be a go or a no go, because weather is always vacillating. So we have to sit back and to again I hope run to the last minute of count, and hopefully if weather cooperates we will have the launch for the Crew 11 mission to join the 7 crew members aboard the International Space Station currently being a part of Expedition 73, and upon they will be joining the Crew 11 members, they will be a part of Expedition 73, 74, and during a short brief period of handover and other checkouts with the departing Crew 10 members, it is expected as of now the Crew 10 to reach back to Earth on Wednesday, August 6th of August. But all it depends on the launch of today's mission. And also finally the Expedition 74 will be headed back by Michael Finke, leading the charge of ISS commander, as I mentioned before. Now we have to sit back and to listen into the comms whether what they say about the predictions for the launch. Now as we are waiting for any other updates to share with you guys, let's head back and take a look at the milestones for this Crew 11 mission. Excuse me. So today's Crew 11 marks the 11th crew rotation mission with SpaceX to the space station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. Just a second. Let me play that live. So that you won't miss the view up there. What's going on? So this marks the 11th crew rotation mission with SpaceX to space station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. Overall, the Crew 11 mission is the 16th Crew Dragon flight to the space station, including Demo 2 in 2020, and 11 operational crew rotation for NASA, as well as 4 private astronaut missions. In another way to say all these stats is that it is the 12th human spaceflight mission for NASA to the space station with SpaceX as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program, the 19th overall crewed orbital flight for a Crew Dragon spacecraft, and the 6th flight of SpaceX Dragon Endeavour, which will be the most flown Dragon spacecraft to date with today's mission launch. Now, just to wind back from the mission, where it started on July 24, 2025, the Crew Dragon Endeavour reached out the hangar at Launch Complex 39A, and that was being integrated with the Falcon 9 rocket, and all together they made their way to the Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center, right now where we are watching the Falcon 9 standing up gracefully with the Crew Dragon atop it and the 4 crew members on board the Crew Dragon Endeavour waiting for the launch. Now, followed by the same day, that is on July 27th, that's when the Dragon rolled up to the pad and got hoisted vertical, ready for the launch. Now let's talk a little bit about the center of attraction for today's mission launch, which marks the 6th flight for Dragon. It will be the 6th flight, the most flown of its class with this mission. Previously, it supported 5 missions, including the Demo 2, which was the Endeavour inaugural mission, the first crewed orbital flight launched from US soil since 2011, carrying Bob Beacon and Doug Hurley to the International Space Station. Later on, we know SpaceX has named its recovery ships Bob and Doug after Bob Beacon and Doug Hurley in honor to their first inaugural mission with this same spacecraft, Dragon Endeavour. Followed by the Demo 2 mission, the Crew Dragon and Endeavour supported Crew 2, Crew 6, and Crew 8 for NASA, and one Axiom 1 mission, which was the first fully private astronaut mission to the International Space Station, which demonstrated commercial human spaceflight via Axiom Space partnership. And Axiom 4 mission was commanded by Michael Lopez. Since the Dragon's debut back in 2019 with Demo 1, SpaceX Crew Dragon has become the backbone of modern human spaceflight. The capsule first flew astronaut on Demo 2 back in 2020, returning crewed launches to US soil after the shuttle era. Since then, Dragon has flown 10 operational NASA commercial crew missions. Prior to this mission, Crew 1 through Crew 10, 4 private Axiom spaceflight, and milestones like Inspiration 4, the first all-civilian orbital mission back in 2011, led by Jared Isaacman, Polaris Dawn back in 2024, which featured the first commercial extravehicular activity, also was being led by Jared Isaacman, and lastly the FRAM 2 mission. In total, Dragon has supported 18 crewed missions prior to this launch, carrying 70 astronauts to the space for NASA, international partners, and private organizations. The spacecraft has now proven its versatility as both a government and commercial crew vehicle, with Crew 11 all set to extend its record as the most flown modern human spacecraft. Sorry.
T-minus 1 hour and 21 minutes and counting until liftoff of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 11 to the International Space Station. You're looking at a live view of Launch Complex 39A. That's Dragon Endeavour, the flight leader in the SpaceX fleet of vehicles. Today would be its 6th flight.
Approximately 6 minutes from now, we will have SpaceX to start its stream for the Crew 11 mission. The stream will be the same, they will be just joining in. So you won't be missing out anything. Don't worry about that. And I hope on this video they will be showing this is Bob and Doug, and I hope they will be showing the dancing of the private astronaut mission of Axiom 1 crew members. Yesterday also they made us to see this.
Choreographed dancing is that's a special skill.
Those were your friends from Crew 1 that we saw with the sweet moves. Some things we're looking forward to, of course, further down the countdown is launch escape system arm, the retraction of the crew access arm, getting closer to less than an hour from now. So we're gearing up for that. Also, the big one, T-minus 35 minutes, we'll begin tanking this rocket with propellants in order to make this flight to space.
Yeah, everything builds up to that. Well, everything builds up to liftoff, right?
That's right.
But if you're going to go anywhere, you need gas. And before we load it with gas, we got to arm the launch escape system. So all of that starts to really pick up around T-minus 45. And, you know, right now you're still in that, you're in the seat, you're waiting, you're reflecting. As you start to arm the launch escape system, that's the mental shift to now it's time to be ready to go. We have time for another social question?
We do indeed. Let's take one.
So just to discuss something more insightful for today's mission, currently they are not having anything important to hear on the stream. Once SpaceX will be joining approximately 8 minutes from now, we will be having some more details to hear from their side. As yesterday there was Ronnie Foreman from SpaceX at the status desk, so that's a critical thing we get to hear from that personnel. Now about the booster supporting today's mission, it's the tail number 1094 that's supporting today's mission. It's a flight proven one with previously two missions supported, one Starlink mission at the very inception, followed by the recent Axiom 4 mission that marked the fourth commercial spaceflight for Axiom Space, which brought some major milestone and return to space for India, Poland, and Hungary. So now the booster is awaiting its third flight approximately 1 hour 17 minutes from now, if all goes as planned. The last mission supported by today's booster was the Axiom 4 mission from here at Florida, from the same pad right now you are watching, back on 25th of June 2025 this year. Also worth mentioning, this launch marks the booster's third flight of 2025, its third consecutive flight from Pad Launch Complex 39A, and second ground landing 2 times on landing zone 1, supporting today's mission. Today, SpaceX will be having its 95th Falcon 9 launch for this year. So upon successful mission launch, SpaceX will be just 5 behind to reach the 100 mark for this year, for the Falcon 9 to reach 100 launches. Also, it is previously stated that this will be the final landing on landing zone 1, as SpaceX is already getting done with their lease for landing zone 1 and 2 as well. But SpaceX recently mentioned that they will be continuing operating the landing zone 2. I guess they modified the lease or something like that. And for the same reason, SpaceX is currently working, adding a landing zone at the east coast. And guess from the current speculations, that's going to be a single landing zone, unlike the two we have right now. Slowly, some intermittent clouds are developing out there, but on the recent weather briefing, we heard that the 45th Weather Squadron official leading the charge remained with the 40% probability of launch constraint weather violations. That means it's a 60% go for today's launch. It remains the same as it was predicted in the earlier launch weather forecast. But only good thing in today's the last briefing we heard is that there is some possibilities for improving the weather conditions at the ascent corridor recovery weather. So which is previously stated it was on a scale of having high risk, but during the recent briefing it seems like the weather conditions at the ascent corridor can be favorable with passing time. So now let's patch in the audio feed, and I will also take a short break from you guys. I will join you guys in a while. Why everything is so silent on the webcast? Meanwhile, let me check if there is any updates from NASA or SpaceX's end. SpaceX started their webcast.
Good morning and welcome back. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 11th rotational flight to the International Space Station. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, joined once again by NASA astronaut Nick Hague. After yesterday's weather scrub, we're back on track for a second attempt. Liftoff now set for 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center. And before we continue, a quick reminder about Nick's incredible experience in space.
As of now, there is being no update from SpaceX's end apart from they started the webcast from their end. So there is no weather briefing, no other relevant information to keep us updated for the launch webcast. So I will let you guys to have the stream to enjoy, but I'm just holding back to see if they will be providing any updates to us regarding the weather.
Space and completed 4 spacewalks.
Everything's looking
So glad
clear
you're
at the
here
path
with us
now,
and you've
so
documented
staging
everything starting at T-minus 4 hours and 10 minutes early this morning, and we've been rocking and rolling ever since.
No, it's been great to be here. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Supporting your friend and colleague Zena Cardman, as well as the rest of the crew members on their mission today. Crew 11 is launching from Pad 39A. We're just over an hour away.
About the same as previously, 40% chance of
Once
violation.
they
And
launch,
copy all, we are all tracking for
they'll arrive
MS2,
at station and join Expedition 7374.
Prior to
And in just 3
1 hour
days,
prior to
Crew 10 will
starting
return
Section
home. A
5.
quick 2+2 crew handover.
Core copies.
This guy kept talking when there was comms going on.
Yeah, so we had an update there about the weather. We had been monitoring that situation. The POV, which is probability of violation, still stands at 40%. That was the update they were giving. We are go, as Nick likes to say, 60% go for launch. Let's take you through Crew 11's launch day preparations so far this morning. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, the crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. SpaceX.
This guy from NASA's and the host, I think he's having some problem hearing the comms on its own headset. That time the SpaceX launch director giving some updates to the Zena Cardman about the weather briefing. We couldn't hear the comm. He was kept talking. But although he rounded up the comm stating that it's currently still the same 40% probability of launch weather constraint violations, which also suggests that it's a 60% go for today's launch. We are still hanging at the same situation.
Strapped in.
So now let's listen again to him what they have to say. And we are getting just close to 1 hour from liftoff. Now things will be getting more, you can say, to be wrapping up, because at T-minus 45 minutes, that's when the SpaceX launch director will give the final go for the propellant load. And then it comes at T-minus 35 minutes. That's when we will be start loading the propellant on board the Falcon 9 rocket. both the rocket grade kerosene as well as liquid oxygen to load on both the Falcon 9's stages. So if we will be having some major issues to follow, we will be hearing them on the comms prior to the prop load begins. So now let's listen in to the webcast. Now SpaceX also joined in.
An eye on the weather is going to be the name of the game today. I'm Joseph Zakshesky with NASA Communications.
And I'm Somi Srivastava, a certification engineer here at SpaceX.
We're once again excited to be...
SpaceX Dragon, foot restraint checks complete.
And you just heard the call down from the crew.
Copies. Thank you.
As they continue to march forward towards those milestones, their restraint checks, they're strapped in and ready to go. And we're once again excited to be joining you from Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California, as we count down to liftoff of Crew 11, just a little more than an hour from now. And as you heard Daryl and Nick talk about during yesterday's launch attempt, the weather played the key factor and caused the scrub. They walked right up to the T-minus 1 minute and 7 second mark. So today we continue to keep our eye on the skies and monitor the weather as the clock continues to roll backwards towards liftoff. Crew 11 is our 11th mission with SpaceX, operationally flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station, and the 12th as a part of NASA's Commercial Crew program with SpaceX. Crew 11 has 2 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut and a veteran Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, astronaut making their return to microgravity. The multinational crew also represents 3 different space agencies, Somya: NASA, JAXA, and Roscosmos.
And today's crew will fly aboard Dragon Endeavour, which was the first operational Dragon to carry crew on board during SpaceX and NASA's Demo 2 mission in 2020 with astronauts Bob and Doug. Endeavour has been pretty busy since then, having flown NASA's Crew 2 mission, Axiom 1, and NASA's Crew 6 and Crew 8 missions. This will be the first Dragon that gets to fly 6 times. Overall, for the Dragon fleet, this will be Dragon's 49th visit to the space station and its 19th human spaceflight mission overall, and the 5th Dragon flight just this year. And notably, today's return of the Falcon 9 first stage will be the last landing at Landing Zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Now,
there we go. We have the confirmation from SpaceX's end that this will be the last landing on Landing Zone 1. Although they didn't mention it yesterday on the webcast, but today they did. I guess they got to miss that due to some teleprompter issue or something. Actually, that was quite visible on yesterday's webcast as the host from SpaceX's end, the Soumya Srivastava, was getting some hiccups while talking. And actually, it was quite visible that the prompter was going up and down or something. But here is a quick fun fact that after the launch, the Falcon 9 with the Crew Endeavour on board, on top of it, with the 4 crew members on board, will follow a northeast trajectory, heading into a low Earth orbit to the International Space Station. And that will follow an inclination of 51.66 degrees, which is a common angle for missions to the International Space Station, due to its optimal ground coverage and accessibility. Just after leaving the Florida Space Coast, about 8.5 minutes away, far into the liftoff countdown, we will have the Falcon 9's first stage to land on the Landing Zone 1 here at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. This will also mark SpaceX's 6th landing, 92nd in total, and the 53rd and the final landing for the Landing Zone 1 to date. And about the Dragon recovery upon their arrival back to Earth after their approximately 6 months of stay aboard the International Space Station. It is as of now planned that they will be splashing down the Dragon off the coast of California at the Pacific Ocean at the several landing sites, notably the Oceanside, Los Angeles, and San Diego. This will also mark the 3rd Crew Dragon to being recovered at the West Coast for SpaceX and the second one for NASA. So now let's listen into the webcast once again.
Thanks so much, Joseph, and good morning, everyone. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a senior sales manager here at SpaceX, and I'm very excited to be joining you again today from right outside of Mission Control in Hawthorne. It continues to be a smooth countdown this morning, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Complex 39A in Florida, as long as our weather continues to cooperate. Now, coming up here at about T-minus 45 minutes, we're going to be listening in for our team to report their readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll. Here on the ground, teams will be staffed around the clock in Mission Control to monitor Dragon and the mission, not just today, but throughout the entire flight, from liftoff to Crew 11's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when those astronauts return home. On console or on headset in Mission Control, which you've got that great live shot of on your screen right now, we've got 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you're going to hear today talking to the astronauts is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, who we'll refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. There's a good shot of him there in the lower right-hand corner of your screen as well. And of course, those 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with the ground support teams. Then apart from our mission control here, the Falcon 9 team is currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida, not too far away from LC-39A, which we're looking at now. So with less than, or just more than an hour until launch, we are all settling in here across the country for final checkouts, propellant loading, and ultimately launch. Joseph?
Thank you, Ronnie. And just like yourself and everybody here in SpaceX and across the country, looking forward to this launch.
Nothing such important to be heard by Ronnie, from Ronnie. Now, just quickly get a rundown through the post-launch timeline. If we will be successful with today's second launch attempt for the Crew 11 mission. At T plus 1 minute and 12 seconds approximately, Falcon 9 will pass through max Q, which is the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. Followed by that, 3 events in rapid succession. First will be the main engine cutoff, that is on the Falcon 9's first stage. Also, we will be hearing that call out as referring MECO, followed by major milestone within 3 seconds, followed by MECO. That will be the point where both the 2 stages, Falcon 9's first and second stage, will separate from each other at approximately T plus 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Meanwhile, the first stage will undergo a flip maneuver, preparing for its boost back burn, as today it's a ground landing, not a drone ship one. Now followed by the stage separation. Just after that, within 8 seconds, the second stage MVAC engine or Merlin vacuum engine will ignite for the first time in today's flight, and that event is also termed as SES-1. That will happen at approximately T plus 2 minutes and 35 seconds into the flight. And at 2 minutes and 41 seconds, the Falcon 9's booster will perform a 47 seconds long boost back burn, which will bring the instantaneous impact point, also known as IIP, to the vicinity of the launch site, ending the boost back burn at 3 minutes and 28 seconds into the flight. And those of who you are not familiar with this term, instantaneous impact point, it is the location at which the vehicle would contact the ground if all thrust were to be instantly terminated. During a launch, the instantaneous impact point must remain within a narrow corridor, and if that instantaneous impact point leaves the corridor, the vehicle's trajectory is considered very wrong and the flight termination systems will immediately be activated. That's although a very rare case with SpaceX, but this has to be followed being the protocol. Now coming up at T plus 6 minutes and 20 seconds, the first stage entry burn will begin, lasting for 13 seconds up to 6 minutes and 33 seconds mark, ending the entry burn for the Falcon 9's first stage. Next major milestone at T plus 7 minutes and 20 seconds, the Falcon 9's first stage landing burn will commence, which will orient and set up the first stage for SpaceX's iconic precision landing, making its final landing on landing zone 1. And finally, at T plus 7 minutes and 43 seconds, the first stage will land on landing zone 1 for the 6th time this year, marking SpaceX's 482nd overall booster landing to date. The second stage MVAC engine will shut down, which was previously undergoing a 6-minute long burn. For the first time in today's flight, that event is also known as SECO 1 and will enter into a parking orbit at approximately T plus 8 minutes and 46 seconds, completing its near about 6 minutes of burn. Another major milestone now related to Dragon at T plus 9 minutes and 37 seconds, Dragon will separate from the Falcon 9's second stage as it heads towards its destination for the next 6 months as of plan now, that is to the International Space Station. And finally, at T plus 10 minutes and 25 seconds, the Dragon nose cone open sequence will begin. So we will have the webcast just a couple of minutes after the nose cone opens. So that's all about the post-launch timeline. Currently, we are getting close to the critical milestone in the pre-launch timeline, that is at T minus 45 minutes, when SpaceX launch director will give the final go for the propellant load. Also, we can expect that we maybe will get some updates for the weather as well during that time. Generally, it is considered that during T minus 35 minutes point, at that point when the prop load begins, both the RP1 as well as the LOX load, at that point, if it is passed through that point T minus 35 minutes, it is considered that it is a healthy sign that we can have a launch coming up. So that's a critical part in the pre-launch timeline for today. So let's listen in and see if there is something important they are talking about. Apparently they are playing a video. Now I think they came.
Astronaut Nick Hague. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA Communications, and we are watching this countdown proceed. The second day, we were scrubbed by weather yesterday. We heard about that earlier. Got down to 1 minute and 7 seconds. What's interesting about this to me, Nick, is although the launch is delayed, oddly enough, their arrival to the International Space Station has not been delayed, not even a second. They are still going to be arriving on Saturday at 3 a.m., but they're just going to go quicker.
Yeah, orbital dynamics can do strange things like that. Sometimes you need to speed up to slow down and vice versa. And in this case, we can launch at a different time, use some orbital dynamics to our advantage, and arrive to the station at the exact same time. What it means for the crew is I'm going to be in that capsule for 16 hours instead of 40 hours. which, it's a tight space. It's not the tightest of spaces, but it'll be nice to get to the station a little bit faster and be able to spread your wings out coming through the hatch.
A small benefit to a launch delay, having a little shorter.
If there is a silver lining somewhere in there, this is it.
This is it. All right. Well, let's take a social question. We've been asking.
Okay, fine. They will be taking some social questions. Meanwhile, let me just highlight on the point they recently highlighted. That's absolutely true. And as I mentioned before during our webcast early in the stream, that if we would have had the launch yesterday, the crew members for Crew 11, it would have been a 39 hours long journey before they would have reached the International Space Station. But as of they will be having the launch today, they will be having about 13 hours and 17 minutes before they will have an automated docking to the Harmony module's space-facing port, currently scheduled for 2nd of August 2025 at approximately 3 a.m. Eastern Daytime, 7 hours UTC, with hatch opening approximately 1.5 hour at around 1.5 hour after docking at around 4:45 a.m. Eastern Daytime, 8:45 hours UTC. So it's all is the magic of the orbital mechanics, and you can say orbital dynamics, because even we saw a 1 day approximately complete, not so complete, about 24 hours of delay for the launch for Crew 11 mission, but still we will be able to dock at the International Space Station at the same time as planned for yesterday's launch, if it would have been happened yesterday.
Who is standing by live at one of the best viewing spots here at Kennedy. She's joined by NASA's Acting Associate Administrator, Vanessa Weich. Tony.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. That's right. We are out here once again in an amazing viewing location where we can see the rocket at the launch pad. Off to my left here, and joining me is Vanessa Weich. Vanessa, we saw you at Crew Walkout yesterday and also out there today. Did you have a chance to speak with the crew before they headed out to the launch pad? Anything that you told them?
Well, yesterday I had the opportunity to kind of say, hey, we're very excited. We wanted to tell them they were all here. We're cheering for them and excited about their launch. And so that was very exciting on yesterday. And then today we got up and we did it again. And we told them, yes, that we're very excited for them, each and every one of them, and just wish them well. I did have the opportunity to speak with them, 2 days ago. And to speak with them more in a setting where we could talk and talk about the mission that was coming up. Each and every one of them are excited about their mission in different ways, the experiments that they'll have to do, and they're excited about getting to the International Space Station, what they'll do at the International Space Station, the science experiments, the technology.
Well, I'm taking a short break as we are getting close to the critical part for the pre-launch timeline, as we will be having so many comms coming up back to back, and we have to keep an ear out to hear them very much carefully and to be updated. So you guys enjoy the stream. I'm joining you guys just in a couple of minutes.
Excited for them to go to station, hoping that happens today. Crew 11 will mark the 12th human spaceflight for SpaceX under NASA's Commercial Crew program. Can you tell us a little bit more about the significance of maintaining that human presence in space?
Yeah, so we're really great partners that we have with SpaceX, and them being able to get our crew members to the International Space Station. And right now, today, we're working together off the planet, building towards what we're going to be doing, furthering our LEO economy. So as we continue on doing our experiments on the International Space Station, we're also looking at follow-on space stations. And so working together as internationals, as our industry partners on those further new commercial space stations, and then all of the things that we're learning is helping us as we prepare for Artemis. And so with the Artemis missions, we need everyone, all hands on deck. We'll be working together as we go. Right now, we're planning for Artemis 2, and I think you know, right here at the Kennedy Space Center, right now, we have our astronauts today. They're still here. They're doing their training for Artemis 2. But their first flight, they'll go and they would do a flyby of the moon, and then next up is landing on the moon. So we're excited that all of us get to work on this together. Our international partners, our industry partners, academia, NASA, we're working on this as one team.
Vanessa, thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll send it back to our team in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Tony. Falcon 9 is the first orbital-class rocket that is capable of reflight. Together, Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy have completed more than 520 launches and over 449 reflights.
And today, the booster will be attempting to make the last landing at Landing Zone 1, which is just down the coast from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
Rapid reusability drastically is the key innovation that is making space more accessible. While today's booster is on its third trip to space after most recently supporting AX4, the fourth private astronaut mission to the International Space Station, we're working towards qualifying our fleet of Falcon boosters and fairings to support 40 missions each. And if you want to keep track, we're currently at 29 flights of a single Falcon booster. This same spirit of continuous iteration and innovation does not stop with Falcon 9. NASA awarded SpaceX a contract to develop the USD Orbit vehicle, a modified Dragon designed to guide the space station through a controlled re-entry into Earth's atmosphere.
And when the time comes and the International Space Station reaches the end of its orbital life and mission, Dragon will help achieve a safe deorbit.
And another innovation SpaceX has been working on is the intravehicular spacesuits, or IVA suits, that astronauts wear during Dragon missions. Our team recently made some design upgrades to make the suit easier to get in and out of, and to make it easier to incorporate future updates. The new suits have height adjustability built in, so they won't need as much customization as with previous designs.
Now you can see the crew right there. The one that's wearing this new suit is astronaut Mike Finke, which is the second one from the left. Today's mission, Finke will be the only one wearing this new suit as the Crew 11 pilot. And that said, we expect to see SpaceX's new IVA suit on all astronauts for Crew 12. But astronauts who have previously flown on SpaceX missions still have the option to continue wearing their original suits. And for the Crew 11 astronauts, they are staying comfortable in their suits right now as they prepare for liftoff while the clock continues to roll back. And we'll check in with Ronnie on the status of today's countdown.
Thanks so much, Joseph. So we are coming up on just under 46 minutes to launch, and our teams are carefully moving through our pre-flight process. Next up in the countdown, we're going to hear SpaceX's launch director check in with the team for readiness. And that's readiness both for propellant load and for launch. As mentioned earlier, the Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at SpaceX's Hangar X in Florida. Our launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director, referred to as MD, and the NASA launch manager to make sure they're ready to move forward as well. Of course, our Crew 11 astronauts right now are on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow the crew arm for launch and arm the launch escape system. Got some great shots of our astronauts on the left-hand side of your screen right now, and of course they are safely tucked inside Dragon on the right-hand side. Once we hear that launch director give the go-ahead, we'll get a great view of that access arm moving away from the spacecraft. We are going to stand by here and listen in for that final poll and some instructions to our team in that final lead up to liftoff.
Poll for propellant load and launch is complete. Stand by for briefing on control room procedures. For all operators at MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until LES is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbital insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the count. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual flight escape rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Arming crew arm now.
So we just heard those instructions to...
Hi everyone, it's me Dipto joining you back from AstroYonder team. We just heard those callouts with the launch director giving the instructions, and he's mentioned that the final go for the go no go poll for the propellant load is now complete, and currently you can see the crew access arm getting to be retracted. At approximately 30 seconds from now, both the teams will go into a lockdown and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed, and before they start fueling, they will arm the abort system.
And the arming of the launch escape system, there's a little buffer there where the astronauts will be on their own until that can be armed, and then we start tanking the rocket.
Right, so everything is leading up to
Crew access arm retraction
adding
completed.
the propellant, adding the oxidizer, filling those tanks on the rocket. And so what do you need to do to be safe?
I hope we will be getting some views up there, and also as well the instructions from the SpaceX launch director giving the instructions the crew to close their visors in anticipation of arming the launch escape system. This is an emergency system which uses Dragon's super Draco thrusters. If for some unfavorable conditions or in some unfortunate event the crew needs to make a quick escape, it will help them to launch very quickly away from the rocket.
Here's a beautiful shot from our helicopter looking west. You can see the formation of cumulus clouds in the area. Weather is a watch item for today. The launch weather officer.
Dragon, visors closed, arming launch escape system.
SpaceX copies.
The launch weather officer putting it at 60% go for today. The concern is the buildup of cumulus clouds, the ones that you see there building up. There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. But although you see those clouds around the pad, notice as we start to circle around to the west and look east, clear skies out over the Atlantic Ocean.
We just heard Commander Zena Cardman that she is ready with the visors closed for all the crew members, launching the launch escape system.
Could potentially
System is verified armed.
get clear.
Launch escape systems is being verified and armed, so that's a good call out.
You just need clear enough skies.
Clear enough. 10-mile hole would be nice.
I think if we think enough positive thoughts here at the launch site, we can create that bubble.
I'm working on mine.
Me too.
And so we've been listening as they walk through the milestones here, the arming of the launch escape system. This is a critical system. Nick, you know this very well.
Yeah, it's an absolutely critical system. We're just moments away from them getting ready to tank the rocket, fill it up with the kerosene and the liquid oxygen, and before you start to do that procedure and load all of that stored.
We are just complete 4 minutes away from T-minus 35 minutes mark, where we will be start loading the rocket grade kerosene or the RP1 on board the first and second stage of Falcon 9 rocket. At the same point, we will start the liquid oxygen load, also known as LOX load. to be loaded on board the first stage. So let's listen to those upcoming callouts.
Once you press the button to launch,
Just a quick reminder, weather is still a key item, key watch item for today's launch. It's currently still possessing the 40% probability of launch weather constraint violations and 60% go for today's launch.
And that arming of the launch escape system happening just a few seconds from now. We expect it at T-minus 38 minutes. And again, that allows the Draco engines on the Dragon to pull that spacecraft away in the event of an emergency.
In order to the launch escape system to function in a nominal fashion, the ascent recovery weather conditions has to be also supporting, because if the wind is not up to the range for the Dragon recovery during in an unfortunate event, with the help of the launch escape system getting splashed down off the coast of Florida, if the wind is against the Dragon spacecraft, or it won't be letting the drogue chutes and the 4 main parachutes aboard the Dragon spacecraft to function in an intended way. So for that, the main concern today is the ascent corridor recovery weather conditions, which was previously stated is on a high risk scale.
There's that redundancy. You've got the automatic system, and you also have the human factor, which is critically important in a mission like this.
Yeah, even though they're highly automated systems, there's always a manual backup, and even though it's on autopilot essentially all the way to docking, if need be, the commander, the pilot, the crew can intervene those automatics and revert to a manual control.
We are awaiting the beginning of tanking, which is slated for T-minus 35 minutes and counting. You talk about the manual factor. You can also fly this manually, this Dragon Endeavour. And is it through touchscreens?
Yeah, the Dragon has a unique interface. It's a touchscreen panel, so once you activate the manual controls, you have a series of virtual buttons on a touchscreen that you can issue commands that would change the attitude or even change the motion of the capsule.
Beautiful shot there by our Kennedy Space Center flight operations team.
Just a couple of seconds away from the tanking of the Falcon 9 rocket.
And prop load is
The launch auto sequence has started.
And there we have the signal that the automatic prop loading sequence is underway. All of this prop load that loads the 4 tanks, the 2 LOX tanks, and the 2 prop tanks sequentially is now being done. It's fully automated.
Yeah, and highly timed, choreographed so that these super cold liquids don't have an opportunity to boil off too much. And you want to top off the tanks and then launch almost immediately.
It's a highly dynamic time for the crew inside. They can hear, right? The sound of prop load.
Now they're starting to feel Falcon 9 come to life. You hear the pumps and the fuels and the liquids move around. You can hear vent.
We crossed that T-minus 35 minutes mark, which at that point we start loading the rocket grade kerosene or the RP1 on board the first and second stage of Falcon 9. Also, we start loading the super chill liquid oxygen on board the Falcon 9's first stage. Next major milestone into the pre-launch countdown will be at approximately T-16 minutes, where the second stage liquid oxygen load will start to begin, followed by at T-7 minutes when we will be chilling down the 9 Merlin engines prior to their ignition.
Looks good both for Falcon 9 and for Dragon. Next up, at about T-minus 30 minutes, our SpaceX launch director will inform the crew that the loading of cryogenic helium has begun, first on stage 1 and then on stage 2 about 4 minutes later. Stage 2 RP1 loading should wrap up at T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds, and then as we approach T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds, so just 4 minutes later again, we should hear the call out that stage 2 liquid oxygen loading has begun. Altogether, we're going to have about 1 million pounds of fuel on board Falcon 9 by the time we're ready for liftoff. So with all those consumables being loaded on the rocket, at this point, if we have to call a hold for any reason, we will have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity, which is tomorrow, Saturday, August 2nd at 11:21 a.m. Eastern. The reason we have a specific backup launch day and time is that we can't just pause for weather and jump back into the countdown, mainly because we have an instantaneous launch window today. Let's dig into that some more and do a little Orbital Mechanics 101. An instantaneous launch window means we need to launch at exactly the right time, and that's driven by our planned rendezvous point, which is the place that Dragon and the space station meet in orbit. Right now, the International Space Station is orbiting the Earth at more than 17,000 miles per hour, and Dragon actually needs to catch up to it. That means we have to deliver Dragon to the correct orbit by timing its trajectory relative to the International Space Station, so that they're in the same place in space at the same time. A precise liftoff time is crucial for hitting that rendezvous point. So at this point, if we heard a hold called, we would have to stand down and do many of these processes again, which if you joined us yesterday, we know is what happened with our launch attempt yesterday. And then, of course, we'll be targeting our backup launch opportunity, which is now tomorrow at 11:21 a.m. Eastern. So for now, with everything still looking good, I'm going to hand it back to Somya and Joseph to talk about West Coast recovery. Somya?
We are now at just a little over T plus 31 minutes and counting, getting closer and closer to getting our Crew 11 astronauts into space. Once their mission is complete and it's time for our crew to splash down back on planet Earth, they'll be heading to one of several targeted sites supported by SpaceX. Until recently, Dragon recoveries primarily occurred off the coast of Florida. But this year, SpaceX moved Dragon recovery operations off the coast of California to allow Dragon to complete its deorbit before safely jettisoning the trunk over the Pacific Ocean. When they return, Crew 10 will be SpaceX's third crew mission to splash down in one of the new locations. From 2 was the first in April this year, followed by Axiom 4 in July. The new splashdown locations are near Los Angeles, Oceanside, and San Diego. The recovery vessel Shannon will be stationed in Long Beach to support the new West Coast splashdown operations. Spreading these supported sites across multiple locations helps to maximize the return opportunities, lowering the chance that we will have to wave off due to bad weather. And when the spacecraft re-enters, those in the immediate area may hear a brief double clap of a thunder-like sound known as a sonic boom.
It's been impressive to see these teams move those operations from the East Coast to the West Coast, not only just for SpaceX, but for the Commercial Crew Program, the International Space Station, and teams preparing for yesterday's launch attempt, today's launch attempt, and if necessary, as we continue to monitor the weather, we'll keep an eye out for any future opportunities that come in. So right now, we're inside half an hour to go until the T-minus liftoff point. So let's go back to today's mission, NASA SpaceX's Crew 11, and hear a bit more from the astronauts flying today.
Well, as we just heard that they were mentioning about the West Coast recoveries, which SpaceX recently shifted their Dragon recovery spots previously at the coast of Florida. Off the coast of Florida, also we did saw some Dragon recoveries at the Gulf of Mexico, or you can say the Gulf of America. Now currently they shifted off to the West Coast, and here there are 3 possible locations, as Somya from SpaceX's end mentioned. One is off the coast of Los Angeles, Oceanside, and San Diego. And upon the arrival of the Crew 11 splashing down with the Crew Dragon Endeavour at the East Coast, that will mark SpaceX's third Dragon recovery from the East Coast, from the West Coast, and the first for NASA. Previously, we recently saw a Dragon recovery at the West Coast, supporting the Axiom 4 mission, led by Commander Peggy Whitson, and this will also mark the SpaceX's new approach of deorbiting their Dragon trunk. In the upcoming CRS 33 mission, they will be having a more modified Cargo Dragon spacecraft launch and to take the cargo up there. And that Dragon will be having the capability of boost trunk, which will be able to correct the orbital position of the International Space Station more efficiently. And this is likely a kind of a demo for the upcoming planned deorbiting of International Space Station. With this data from the CRS 33 Crew Dragon, I hope they will be working on that upcoming plan. Now let's listen in what they have to say more into the countdown.
Yeah, every astronaut that goes to the space station can volunteer to be a subject for a plethora of human experiments, and we're learning so much about what affects us, from our immune system all the way down to our bones and our muscles and even the makeup of our DNA. It's fascinating the amount we can learn.
And if you want to know why Nick is able to have such a young look, it's because in space you get older slower. I heard like 0.005 seconds slower.
Yes, that and radiation's good for complexion.
Thank you, Nick, for all your insight. Now let's toss it out to Tony at OSB2.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. Joining us here, we have Dr. Stephen Platts, Dr. Lori Glaze again. Thank you guys both so much for joining us once again on this beautiful day. You know, Steve, Lori, let's discuss the human research that's going to be flying aboard this mission. Can you tell us what the crew will be conducting?
Sure. The Human Research Program is sponsoring 10 research experiments for this particular launch. We're really excited about it. We have cardiovascular studies. We have studies looking at the brain and the eyeball, muscle, skeleton, pretty much everything you can think of. And what we're most excited about is we're really able to focus on some of the biggest risks we have to the human for spaceflight, and we're focusing on how we can better understand everything we need to get to the moon and Mars.
You know, speaking about the moon and Mars, Lori, can you tell us a little bit more about how this human research help us on those future missions?
You bet. You know, when we start thinking about our future at the moon and Mars, sometimes it seems like science fiction. You know, the idea of having a permanent base on the moon that we can visit, or sending humans to Mars, but we are getting so close. In fact, we're less than a year from the next flight in the Artemis program, which is Artemis 2. We're going to be sending 4 crew for 10 days around the moon. And so we're getting there. The next mission after that will land humans, our crew, on the surface of the moon, first time since 1972, and at the South Pole, where we've never been before. And when we think about those missions that we're going to want to spend time on the surface of the moon or transiting to Mars, we're going to need our crew to be healthy for weeks or months in that transition period, and then be able to perform and execute the science and the exploration when they land in those partial gravity environments. And so it's critically important. We're using the space station, of course, it's a unique laboratory for doing the experiments that Steve's describing, doing things like being able to grow plants that we're going to need for food, so we don't need to bring all of the fresh food with us. Being able to recycle the water for drinking water and other purposes on on that journey. Having sensors that can help us detect hazards from solar storms so that the crew can get protection, in time. So all this work is critical for us in our planning, and it's getting close. So we need this work now.
Absolutely. Speaking about those experiments on station, Steve, I heard there's a new one coming on this mission. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. It's called manual piloting, and it's the first time we're flying it, so we're really excited about it. It will really help us with our planning for landing on the moon. And so what we're doing is we're looking at the transitions of gravity. We go from Earth to orbit, and then we're thinking landing on the lunar surface. Those transitions affect the human body, and so they can make you disoriented, they can disturb your balance and things like that. We have special equipment that we can use to simulate landing a vehicle, and so we're going to test the crew before, in flight, and then after they land in order to see how the body's affected so that we can figure out the best way to keep them safe.
Well, Steve, Lori, thank you both so much for joining.
Actually, that science will be mainly focusing on the spatial awareness of the astronauts during an uncrewed landing of a robot or something like that on the surface of moon. It's all about the spatial awareness that's being affected by the zero-G up there. Also, we got a recent update. The weather is still looking the same, with 60% chance of favorable weather conditions at the time of liftoff. As of now, they are not saying anything negative for today's launch opportunity. And also the locals present at the Kennedy Space Center, although they are not getting into the technical stuff, but still, according to their normal human feelings and to monitor things, they are saying the weather is looking kind of okayish, not so good, not so bad. So let's see about that, what weather updates they will be sharing with us. And yesterday during the webcast, as I mentioned earlier, Sean Duffy was present, and he did stress on the upcoming Artemis mission. So that's quite a positive sign that they will be keeping up doing things for the upcoming Artemis missions.
Just go to the website at nasa.gov/Artemis-Roman numeral 2. And the moon stuff is really cool. The crew today drove by the VAB. There's a moon rocket inside there. And there's a crew that's training right now to go around the moon early next year.
Yeah, and I loved that view as they were driving by, because it shows just kind of how connected this whole thing is. You've got a Crew 11 getting ready to go to the space station, and a lot of what they're going to do is trying to prove out the things we need to know in order to go to the moon. And at the same time in that frame, you've got Artemis 2 getting ready in the background, and I'm excited to see 4 more colleagues go around the moon.
100%. All right, let's head back now to Hawthorne, California.
Thank you very much, Daryl and Nick. And right now we're preparing.
Fuel load complete.
And that was going to be the update, is that fueling continues to be occurring for the Falcon 9 rocket. As you take a look at it on your screen now, it is a 2-stage rocket that is 229 feet tall and getting ready for liftoff in just a little less than 20 minutes. And at launch, it produces more than 1.7 million pounds of thrust.
And rockets like Falcon 9 don't use all that thrust just...
I guess that call out was for the stage 2 prop load being getting complete. We couldn't hear that clearly.
You may hear this call at about 10 seconds into launch as the vehicle is pitching downrange. Once the first stage completes its portion of the mission, it shuts down and separates.
A stage rocket like Falcon 9 sheds the booster to eliminate weight and uncover the Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2. To reach orbit, the vehicle needs to go fast, hitting an orbital velocity of about 28,000 kilometers an hour just to keep from falling back to Earth due to gravity. That's fast enough to lap the Earth in about 90 minutes.
And as we mentioned earlier, after stage separation, today's booster will be landing at Landing Zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, returning to Earth for its third time. The second stage takes over from there.
Well, that view from the landing zone 1, which they recently showed us on the stream, it seems like the cumulus cloud rule can be a major issue. Hopefully they can find a gap and to have a liftoff. Although it's similar like yesterday, we saw a clear sky early in the stream with sun shining bright, but as we are getting close to the liftoff time, we can see some couple of I won't be saying couple of a lot of cumulus cloud developing out there. Apart from the cumulus cloud rule, there is another surface electric fields rule violation also is having a potential threat for today's launch opportunity, as well as I mentioned, as same like yesterday, the ascent corridor recovery also possesses some threats to the liftoff. Today it's rather high on scale compared to yesterday's low to moderate. Now let's hope that things will be working fine and we will be able to launch. But as previously Ronnie was mentioning, if we won't be having the launch today, we again will be targeting for the launch tomorrow, that is August 2nd at 11:21 a.m. Eastern Time. And tomorrow there is a one good thing because we will be having the launch weather probability of launch weather constraint violations to reduce. As I got the report published by the 45th Weather Squadron yesterday night, which predicted today's probability launch weather constraint violations of 25%, but just into the webcast we got to hear that it's rose to 40%. I hope this will be the same if for tomorrow's 24-hour launch delay, if for some reason we have a scrub today, and if that will be the same, then we will have a 85% go for tomorrow's attempt. So that is quite a good thing, at least from the previous weather report published by the 45th Weather Squadron. Although the ascent corridor recovery weather will still poses the same threat of high risk.
And we'll see if we manage to thread the clouds today.
Okay, Dragon copies. We've got a healthy rocket, healthy Dragon. Weather is continuing to develop. We'll keep going until we can't.
And great communications there between the team on the ground and with Crew 11 on board. And that's exactly what we're keeping an eye on, is not only the tanking of the rocket and that procedures, but also today's weather. And you heard that update right there. So to continue with the updates and kind of bring us up to speed on what's been going on, let's toss it to our teammate and Ronnie.
Thanks so much, Joseph. I can give you a little bit more color than we just heard, but obviously the important things we've heard are that we are still on track for an on-time liftoff today, but we're monitoring lots of different factors as we get closer to liftoff. If everything goes as expected, this is also going to be our last landing at LZ-1 today. So lots of different launch pads, landing sites, staging areas, lots of things in play. But the best news is that both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy. You heard us wrap up Stage 2 RP1 loading just after T-minus 20 minutes, and Stage 2 liquid oxygen will begin here at about, or has begun already, excuse me. We've also heard that call out that the launch escape system is armed. Of course, the launch escape system, which we discussed in more detail yesterday, is designed to propel Dragon away from Falcon 9 in the unlikely event of an emergency during launch. We've also heard from the Eastern Range, which is monitoring keep-out zones among other key flight requirements today. They're continuing to report no issues, and they are go to support today's launch, weather depending. So again, as you just heard, weather is a watch item. We're now tracking a 60% chance of violation at our target liftoff time, with isolated showers in the staging area and some clouds building right over the launch pad. You are actually seeing them continue to grow on your screen right now. For now, though, we are go for the 6th mission of Dragon Endeavour, and I want to hand it back over to Sandra for a status update from Houston. Sandra?
Thanks, Ronnie. Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, teams are continuing to work around the clock to monitor activities aboard the orbital outpost. Leading the team inside the room today is NASA Flight Director Anthony Varia. The team in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station.
Still, we don't have any concrete resolution for the weather conditions. Still, it is an watch item as per their own words. We are done with the stage 2 prop load. Also, we got done starting the LOX load to begin on the Falcon 9's first stage. Now coming up next at T-7 minutes, we will start the chill down of the 9 Merlin engines on the Falcon 9's first stage as it prepares for the liftoff. And that procedure involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbopumps that helps protect the engines from the risk of thermal shocks and damages during the startup sequence.
The launch weather officer informing us that conditions are ripe, and we have even seen the development of cumulus clouds in the area, some that could trigger lightning if a rocket went through them. So this is a very high watch item at this moment, Nick.
Yeah, they're watching it to the, everybody is focused on crew safety at this point, making sure that we make the right call. But there's a chance. And I'll stay positive.
And you've been positive. I appreciate that about you. You've done that throughout the broadcast. Here's a look from our helicopter flying over the spaceport right now. And this is the formation of the clouds that is a concern because it is so humid out right now. And we've got a sea breeze that is flowing over the warm land. It is just creating this convection around the spaceport. In fact, we are also expecting to go into a phase 1 lightning alert, which I hate to say it, but just before we scrubbed yesterday, Dick, that phase 1 lightning alert went into effect. So things are starting to stack up against us weather-wise. But nonetheless, it's at this point, because this is a fully automated fueling sequence, it behooves us to just continue to march to see if anything might just clear at the end.
Yeah, so there's been nothing that happened.
You just saw on your screen right now that currently the weather is how it is out there. Also, we saw that it's currently the weather got more further deteriorating to 40% go previously, which was 60%. So let's hope that we will be able to launch, but it's very much critical. And even I'm thinking that why SpaceX and NASA is targeting it despite 45th Weather Squadron giving all these weather predictions earlier.
In just about 20 seconds, we are going to hear from Zena Cardman, and she's going to say some words, Nick. She has some moving things to say.
Yeah, Zena is an amazing person, and watching her.
Next up, we will hear Zena Cardman, the commander of Crew 11, giving her some thankful speech to all of the crew support team.
Dragon displays are configured for launch. To our family, friends, all who support us at SpaceX, NASA, JAXA, Roscosmos, thank you. Spasiba, arigato gozaimasu. For this freedom to explore, resilience to endure, may grace fly alongside this endeavor.
Crew 11, from all of us on the ground, we've enjoyed working with you in preparation for your mission. We look forward to continuing to do so in flight. Good luck. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah, and Zena, hitting the tone I would expect her to do. She is the consummate professional. Big message of thank you.
Yeah. The gratitude, the team focus, freedom, resilience. These are big themes. These are things that are important to her.
Just approximately less than 2 minutes from the Merlin's one-day engines on the first stage to be start chill down process.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Nick. And that was beautiful what Zena had to say and reflecting on family and friends, but also that great shot you saw in that 2 box. That was from the International Space Station, that view as the space station actually going right over Florida and the Cape. So it's not just those on the ground that are excited, it's their teammates aboard the orbiting laboratory as well. Well, we're closing in on launch, 8.5 minutes away. It'll be about a 9-minute ride to orbit, which is around the time of the second stage cutoff. Dragon and the second stage will continue to coast for a few minutes after that, and then prior to separation. You'll be hearing some performance calls as we get into the final countdown and then after liftoff. These are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster, and performance, and the key milestones, but there are some other calls that you'll hear the crew make as well after liftoff. The crew will report out a few number and letter combinations, which mark different abort zones throughout the flight uphill and up the eastern seaboard. The first two, 1A and 1B, those are abort modes available while the first stage is firing. Now, the second are 2A through 2E. Those will come into play once the second stage kicks in, and then though we'll only hear the 2A call out from the team. Diverting a little bit from that naming system, you'll also hear the call Shannon, which refers to Shannon, Ireland. This call means the crew could target off the coast of Ireland if they needed to abort late in that second stage burn. You'll hear these different calls throughout the flight uphill, along with key performance callouts from the guidance, navigation, and control officers, and also the propulsion lead. So we're closing in on T-minus now 7 minutes, and we continue to keep an eye on the weather.
One of the next callouts we're listening for is that stage 1 engine chill has started. That's coming up in just a few seconds. And that is a key process that prepares the engines for flight.
Engine chill has started.
Right on.
There we go. Stage 1 Merlin one-day engines are now going into a chill down that involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the turbo pumps that will help them to have to be saved from receiving any thermal shock or damages during the startup sequence or during the liftoff as well. Now, next up, we will be hearing the call out for a strong back retract.
Right on time.
So now that engine chill is underway, we're looking ahead to the call out that RP1 load is complete, which just occurred a moment ago, and again prevents that thermal shock. You got to stretch before you can start running. And RP1 is densified kerosene or rocket fuel that will propel the crew into orbit. And all of that RP1 is now about to be fully loaded into the rocket, since we're previously heard that the second stage is completed or about to be completed here in just a couple moments. And then while we're still loading liquid oxygen on that first stage and second stages. This is the oxidizer that is needed to combine with the densified kerosene that just finished up loading. The RP1 liquid propellant needs an oxidizer to combine with everything in order to ignite. Coming up at the 5-minute mark, we'll hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition over to internal power. And that should be happening in about a little less than 30 seconds from now as we continue to close in on that T-0 mark.
We will also hear the call out for tanks being pressurized for the strong back retract.
So next up in the countdown, the transporter erector, or TE, will begin to retract from Falcon 9. That is the large truss structure you see there standing next to the rocket. It's hinged at the base and connected to the launch mount beneath the first stage. First, the clamps around the second stage will begin to
Falcon
open.
9 tanks are pressing for strong back retract.
There we go. We got the call outs. Tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract. Here we add a little bit of gas to form up the tanks so that the clamp arms just underneath the Dragon trunk, that black belt on the very top, you can see just below that there are 2 clamp arms which are holding the Falcon 9. They can open up, and then following that we will start reclining the strong back about 1.5 degrees or 2 away from the Falcon 9, since this is a East Coast flight. And there we go. You can see those clamp pumps to open up. And as I mentioned, this is a East Coast flight. It's just a degree or a two. The strong back will be reclining away from the Falcon 9. So just be careful noticing that, because unlike a Vandenberg flight where we recline 13 degrees away, which is very much visually noticeable, the gap between the Falcon 9 and the strong back, here you can see slowly it will be reclining, and I guess it's done. That much only it will be reclining.
Rocket itself, those are perfectly normal, as it's the coolness of the propellant on board is mixing with that warm Florida air, and that's what causes that boil off, and that you heard Nick talk about it earlier when you have that steam come off the rocket. So
we continue to chill down the 9 Merlin engines back from 7 minutes, T-minus 7 minutes, and we also recline back the strong back.
So everything is primed and pretty much ready to go, and you'll see again those white clouds of vapor and a great view of the entire rocket as we continue to build closer to launch. And of course, liquid oxygen, super chilled,
Dragon
so a little
is in
bit
terminal count and on internal power.
boils off in that warm Florida air.
We got the call out. Dragon is now currently on its internal power.
Gas closeouts are going to start to begin as well.
Also, I guess stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Vented overboard through the umbilicals and strong back, and you may hear some of that venting noise come in soon.
So LOX is still loading for approximately another 20 seconds on stage 2, and once that is complete, we'll vent down the TE, which will produce a white cloud off the side of the rocket, which is normal and expected, just as Joseph had mentioned. And once LOX load is fully complete, that will mean that there are 1 million pounds of propellant loaded onto Falcon 9, which will be RP1 and liquid oxygen. So that call out coming up.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
Right there.
There we go. Stage 2 LOX load is complete. So currently now on board is complete 1 million pounds of propellant. We are now beginning to vent down the pressure that was remaining back in the tubing on the strong back. That's why you can see those white clouds coming out. It's absolutely normal. Rather, it's an healthy indicator of launch coming up. Next event, T-minus 1 minute, we should hear the call out that the Falcon 9 flight computers are in startup and controlling the rocket for the remainder of the countdown.
Shortly followed. One minute and 10 seconds to liftoff of NASA SpaceX Crew 11.
FTS is armed, Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling. Dragon is in countdown.
Flight computers switching to countdown mode now.
Next up, we will be getting the call out for go call out.
SpaceX Dragon, go for launch.
There we go. We got the final go from the SpaceX launch director.
30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Ignition's full power and liftoff. Go Falcon, go NASA, go Crew 11.
Together we rise as NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 heads up to the International Space Station.
Vehicles pitching down range.
Finally, despite having bad weather conditions that further deteriorated to 40% probability of launch weather constraint violations, we had the launch. Falcon 9 lifted off from the pad Launch Complex 39A with 4 crew members on board, Zena Cardman being the commander, Mike Finke being the pilot, and 2 mission specialists, Kimiya Yui and Oleg Platinov, heading to the International Space Station.
Are throttling down to help.
Power and telemetry are nominal.
Some good callouts there. Power and telemetry are nominal.
Maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle during ascent.
Max Q.
Max Q call out. We are through the period of maximum stress on the vehicle. We throttle down the 9 Meridian engines back up to full power.
1 minute, 9 seconds into what is a little bit more less than a 9-minute flight uphill as Dragon continuing.
Stage 1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And that 1 Bravo, again, that's the abort zone, that last abort zone for stage 1 if necessary. The crew already pulling over 2 Gs. And next, we're going to have a couple of events happen in rapid succession. We'll be getting ready for the second stage to warm up and have the second stage MVAC chill. And then we'll also have MECA, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and second stages. Will then be separating from one another. And then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 11 to orbit, while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth, as we're now 1 minute and 56 seconds into today's flight.
We are currently chilling down the MVAC engine prior to its ignition, just after stage separation. Next up, as you heard, Miko.
We just heard that call out for MVAC chill. And coming up in under like 20 seconds.
So we will have Miko followed by stage separation. Then the first stage will have a flip maneuver, since it's a landing zone, ground landing.
Tracker at the bottom of your screen.
Stage 2 Alpha.
Stage separation
Copy,
confirmed.
2 Alpha.
MVAC ignition.
And there you see stage 1 pulling away, ignition of the lone Merlin vacuum engine for stage 2. And again, those happen.
So we got all those callouts. Miko stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition. Right now you can see the second stage MVAC being ignited, and the Falcon 9's first stage will went through a flip maneuver and will have its boost back burn, as it will be heading back to a landing zone. Unlike drone ship landings where we don't need any boost back burn, here we will need a boost back burn, and that boost back burn will last around 47 seconds. And soon we will be able to see those hypersonic titanium grid fins to slowly begin deploying, as we are done with the first stage separation. And currently on the left hand side you can see those nitrogen gas bursts. These are basically used to control the attitude of the Falcon 9's first stage, and you can see the hypersonic grid fins, titanium grid fins, they started to deploy. We are getting some awesome views from both the stages. Next up, we will be hearing the call out for stage 1 entry burn startup at approximately 6 minutes and 20 seconds into the flight. So let's listen into the call out.
Before it reaches the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere. And if you didn't know, Falcon 9 has a complex heat shield that is designed to protect the engines and the vehicle from all that combined thermal and aerodynamic loading during max entry Q, which is the moment of max stress on the vehicle during entry. And that will be followed by a landing burn. And this burn will last for about...
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Good, healthy callouts. Both the vehicles, means the Falcon 9's first stage and second stage, are following a nominal trajectory.
Great performance calls continue as we're now 5 minutes into today's flight. Still about 8.5 to go. A little bit more than that is the second stage continuing to perform nominally on the right-hand side. 2,400 meters per second. Crew 11 cruising into the upper echelons of the Earth's atmosphere while we continue to monitor the second stage. On that left-hand side,
we're just approximately 1 minute away from the stage 1 to start its entry burn.
Dragon is pointed in the right direction and continuing its flight. And again, that second stage going to continue firing until close to that 9-minute mark into flight, and accelerating Dragon to more than 17,000 miles per hour and placing the crew in orbit. And you'll hear good orbital insertion would be that call out. There's the single Merlin vacuum engine that can produce over 220,000.
SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
pounds of thrust on that nominal trajectory you're hearing right
Dragon
now.
copy.
And into the vacuum of space. Now approaching 6 minutes into today's flight, about 2 minutes and 40 plus seconds remaining.
We are coming up on the entry burn, which is just under 30 seconds from now. And so you'll see the first stage's center Merlin engine reignite as it comes back down to Earth. And after that, we will be approaching...
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there we go. We got the call out as well as visual confirmation of stage 1 entry burn to startup. Here we lit just the engines, one day engines, just around 13 seconds. And we got the stage 1 entry burn to shut down. Next up, we will hear the call out for stage 1 being transonic. That means the Falcon 9's first stage will be traveling slower than the speed of sound at that point.
Into orbit and
Dragon copies.
again, great. And now with about 2 minutes left of powered flight remaining, still receiving those great calls from the crew on the ground, and we're getting those relays from Crew 11 Commander Zena Cardman.
Stage 1 transonic.
There we go, stage 1 transonic. That means Falcon 9's first stage is traveling slower than the speed of sound. And next up, we will hear the call out for stage 1 landing burn to commence.
On landing zone 1. We should hopefully have some great tracking shots of that.
Stage 1 landing burn.
And there we go.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
Stage 1 landing burn. Some great, awesome views. Stage 1 landing at the landing zone 1 being successful. That marks the final landing on landing zone 1. Also, it marks the 464th landing of an orbital class Falcon 9 rocket. Next up, we will have the second stage engine cutoff, also known as SECO 1.
And you'll hear the call out SECO, or second engine cutoff. Is a great view there, glowing orange with the Earth eclipsing right around that Merlin vacuum engine, and everything continuing to perform nominally for NASA
Stage 2
SpaceX
is
Crew.
in terminal guidance.
About 20 more seconds remaining of powered flight, and we'll get those call outs here shortly as everything continuing.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
And there's the great call out for Shannon we talked about earlier, that last abort zone, if necessary, where they can land off the coast of Shannon, Ireland.
SECO.
There we go. We got the call out SECO 1. You notice that the visual confirmation we got as well. The stage 2 MVAC engine to shut down. Now, coming up next, we will have the second stage to separate from the Dragon. Right now, we are getting that onboard cam view about the Dragon. Actually, it's from the second stage. We will see that Dragon to push getting away from the second stage sooner.
After SECO to allow rates and motion from the burn to settle out. Right now we have a great view on our screen of the Dragon heat shield, actually, which is made up of similar materials. And there we have that Dragon. And
there we go. The Dragon separates from the second stage, and now we will be standing by for the confirmation call out for Dragon's nose cone opening sequence to begin.
Dragon Endeavour with Crew 11 on board, safe.
Dragon separation confirmed.
And safe and
Dragon's
Chief Engineer on Dragon to ground. Zena, Mike, Kimiya, Oleg, welcome to orbit. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon today and wish you a great mission. Dragon will take you from here. Over to Launch Director for a few words.
On behalf of the launch team, it's been an absolute honor working with you towards launch today. We wish you well on the rest of your mission, and we will be awaiting your safe return. Godspeed Endeavour, Godspeed Crew 11, and thanks for flying SpaceX.
Well, some warm words from launch director. I guess we heard the ISS commander as well. if I'm not wrong. And let's see what is the 0G indicator for Crew 11 mission.
Boy, it's great to be back in orbit again. Thank you to SpaceX and NASA to get us here. What a ride. And Zena and Oleg, let me be the second to welcome you to your first orbit around beautiful planet Earth. Kimiya-san, okayeri nasai, welcome back. And to the ISS Expedition 73 team, the crew on board and our friends in MCC, we're on our way. Over to you, Kimiya-san.
Okay. Thank you very much for everything. スパシバワンボイショーへありがとうございます。日本の皆さん、私も10年ぶりに宇宙に帰ってきました。ISS でしっかりと任務を果たして、一等星のように輝いて、日本の素晴らしいところを世界中の人に知っていただきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。Я передаю Олег-сан, пожалуйста.
Спасибо, Kimiya-san. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. And спасибо всем. I'd like for the beginning to say thank you very much, Roscosmos, SpaceX, and NASA for this unique opportunity to be here with my great crew. Дорогие друзья, находясь на космическом корабле и облетая нашу родную планету, я испытываю неописуемое счастье и восторг. Хочу выразить слова благодарности всей нашей стране, Соединенным Штатам Америки и России за эту уникальную возможность, а также Роскосмосу. Хочу выразить слова благодарности своей школе, в которой я учился, номер 103 в городе Челябинске. Выразить благодарность Краснодарскому высшему военному авиационному училищу летчиков и 22-му гвардейскому истребительному авиационному полку, а также сотрудникам Центра подготовки космонавтов, кто искренне верил и болел за эту идею отправить меня в космос. Обещаю выполнить все поставленные передо мной задачи на отлично. Ура!
Some thankful words from the crew members of the Crew 11 mission. All the crew members said something thanking.
You have approximately 3 minutes left in this ground station pass if you'd like to introduce your 0G indicator.
So soon we will be getting to see the 0G indicator for Crew 11 mission.
We'll get out our 5th crew member here in just a moment. This 0G indicator honors a shared memory with our lead trainer, Paul Weiss. For all the mentors and team members who got us here through sacrifice of time and dedication, I hope we made you proud today. Thank you so much.
Although the post-launch time previously shared by SpaceX, the nose cone open sequence should have been commenced at T plus 10 minutes and 25 seconds into the flight, and we already crossed that mark, so I hope the nose cone open sequence has started.
To ultimately the International Space Station, where they will turn that group into a full group of 11. So only fitting for Crew 11.
To summarize where we are with vehicle activation, we've had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. We're currently opening the nose cone.
We have just gotten confirmation.
We got the call out for the nose cone to open up from the SpaceX's launch director. So here we will be opening the nose cone and hope we will be getting some visuals for that from Dragon's onboard cam if possible.
Flight up to the space station, including the forward bulkhead thrusters and the docking hatch. And that call from the core here in Hawthorne indicating that we had good checkouts of the 12 Draco thrusters around the service section. 4 to go after we get the nose cone open and the ECLIS, the environmental control and life support system, activated inside Dragon. Soon the crew will be able to get their visors open and get out of their suits and settle in for their ride to the space station.
And we'll continue to get those call outs and hear about the nose cone again. Right now, currently opening, the hooks have been opening, and they were doing so during the great words from the crew. So we'll continue to monitor and waiting as the nose cone is deploying at the moment, and we'll wait for that final confirmation that it is open, and Crew 11 can continue its journey on as we await those last few moments here as nose cone deployment currently underway. And a great view of Dragon as it crossed across.
So I guess that we will be getting that view from the onboard cam. If we won't be having any satellite handover issues, I think we will be getting that view to see the nose cone to slowly open up for the Dragon's spacecraft, that's Endeavour, embarking on its 6th flight.
The Earth.
Despite all of the weather issues we were having on ground leading up to launch, we seem to be having some really clear, amazing views in space today.
And now 16.5 minutes into flight, you're right. It was threading the needle, but they were able to get up and about above the clouds. And even watching that ascent for stage 1 was wonderful to see them bypass those clouds that we were talking about a lot today. But again, as we await for further views inside the Dragon spacecraft and from their pursuit, Crew 11 to the International Space Station, we're now standing by for nose cone deploy as the team on the ground in Hawthorne, California, right there inside SpaceX Mission Control, actively monitoring all of those systems. You mentioned the Eclipse system inside, and once everything checks the appropriate boxes, then Crew 11 can doff or get out of their spacesuits. Those new IVA suit for Mike Finke and company.
And for today's launch attempt, finally we had the launch, and previously for yesterday's launch attempt, it would have been a journey of 39 hours for the crew to reach the International Space Station, but for today it will be just 13 hours and 17 minutes approximately to reach the International Space Station.
Approaching 18 minutes into today's flight.
We are
currently docking of the Crew Dragon Endeavour is scheduled for 2nd of August at approximately 3 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 hours UTC, with hatch opening at around 4:45 a.m. Eastern Daytime, 8:45 hours UTC. We already have the stream posted on our channel for the docking, and that docking stream will continue through all of the upcoming events, that is the hatch opening as well as the welcome ceremony for the Crew 11 to get aboard the International Space Station, getting greeted by the Expedition 73 crew members and being a part of Expedition 73 and 74.
Crew 11 after a successful on-time liftoff today, and they were able to get past the clouds, the weather that we've been monitoring, and a successful first stage and second stage performance to propel them into orbit. Crew 11 is comprised of NASA astronauts Zena Cardman and Mike Finke, along with JAXA astronaut Kimiya Yui.
I guess due to the satellite handover issues, we didn't got that view for the nose cone to open. Watching that, actually it doesn't take such time. It passed that mark. But once again, just a reminder.
Cone opening at TCS and forward bulkhead to Draco checkouts.
Great call out right there.
Dragon copies all. Good news.
And that's what we were waiting for there, was that call up to crew.
Looking forward in the timeline, you have your first burn up on your forward view. That's the phase burn in approximately 25 minutes. We will also be monitoring the stage 2 deorbit to give you the go for suit doffing, and we're expecting that at T plus 45 minutes.
Dragon copies. We'll be monitoring, and T plus 45 approximately for suit doffing. We're with you in the timeline.
So we heard some comms out there between the SpaceX launch director and the Crew 11 commander, Zena Cardman. We currently will have approximately 20 minutes from now to have the phase burn that will precisely tune the trajectory for the Crew Dragon spacecraft Endeavour to match the orbital alignment with the International Space Station.
The Dragon spacecraft or the teams on the ground will continue to monitor that first of a sequence of burns to help them stair-step their way up to the International Space Station.
Now, just once again, a reminder, today's launch marked SpaceX's 523rd mission and the landing on the landing zone 1, which was the final landing on landing zone 1. It marked the 483rd successful landing, and also this mission marks the 19th crewed flight for SpaceX. Once again, just a reminder, docking of the Crew Dragon Endeavour with Crew 11 on board is currently scheduled for 2nd of August 2025. And there you can see that 0G indicator, but we are not getting any close-up views. So can't figure out what it is. Anyways, but we got a glimpse of the 0G indicator, confirming that the crew reached the 0G conditions. So I was talking about the timings for the docking of the Crew Dragon Endeavour with the International Space Station, which is currently scheduled for 2nd of August 2025 at approximately 3 a.m. Eastern Daytime, 7 hours UTC, with hatch opening at around 4:45 a.m. Eastern Daytime, 8:45 hours UTC, followed by the welcome ceremony. So with that, we will wrap up our coverage for now. But before that, want to thank you for tuning in to our live launch coverage. It's really impossible to do this broadcast without your encouragement. So thank you for your continued support of what we do here at AstroYonder. We really appreciate everyone joining us for today's launch. Fortunately, despite having so many weather concerns and, to be precise, deteriorating weather conditions, we had the launch for Crew 11 on its second attempt. Now we will have the docking tomorrow, so please do check out our docking coverage. We will be breaking down all the things for you, talking into the technical details that how a Crew Dragon docks with the International Space Station, how the hatch opens, and everything that is possible. So with that, we will wish you a nice weekend ahead. Also, please check out our social media handle on X for the latest happenings in the space industry and updates on upcoming launches. Hope you enjoyed the stream today. Once again, thanks for watching. This is AstroYonder Live and me, Dipto, signing off for now, and we will see you on the upcoming docking of the Crew 11 stream. Till then, have a nice day.